All right, good morning. The time is 9:07. We're going to get this show on the road. I'm going to call the Housing Committee to order. We're going to get started with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, y'all. Just so you can see, we are Diet Housing Committee today. I do not have a vice chair or a clerk. There's a number of members absent. I'm gonna let Representative Page be the vice chair for a little bit, and we're just gonna get started with the six of us. So. With that, I want to open up the public hearing on HB 1026. Welcome my friend, Representative Rhodes. Come on up. Representative Howland, until other members get here, can you be responsible for the public hearing notice? Yes, thank you. 1026. It was rescheduled from last week. I don't know.
The actual sign is on the plastic thing. I know.
Jenny, is the public hearing notice there? All right, I'll email Cassidy. No problem. Okay. Welcome. Thanks for coming.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first, before I start, I would like to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the committee for granting me a recess last week and reopening today so that I would actually be able to introduce my bill. That was very appreciative and certainly not expected of you. So thank you again. I am Representative Jennifer Rhodes. I represent Cheshire District 17, which is Winchester, Richmond, Swansea, Troy, and Fitzwilliam. I'm here today to introduce House Bill 1026 to you. And what we're looking to do with this is to actually define what a manufactured home is, and that with the allowance of ADUs by right, if a person already has a mobile home on property, that does not mean that the town has to allow another mobile home to be placed as an ADU. The reason I brought this bill forward is I don't know, I can't speak for other representatives, but I know personally myself, I go to all of my towns several times a year and give a legislative update on, what we did and or what we didn't do. The thing that I have heard from every single town, from all of the boards of selectmen with an array of political opinions, is, at least in my district, which is very, very rural, the state has gone too far with the implementation of blanket zoning ordinances or new laws. So as an example, the town of Swansea, it's the biggest town I represent, used to have about 7,500, 8,000 people. Now it has closer to 9,000 or 10,000 people. They were very, very aggressive with building of new apartment buildings. I think there's been 4 or 5 that have gone up in the last 2 years alone. So their personal opinion is that they took a lot of advocacy for themselves, on behalf of themselves, and have done a great job in the housing crisis, which is the word of the last couple of years. So now when the state came along and say you must allow X, Y, and Z, they felt that that was just a little too far, and quite frankly, they were insulted. So their words, not mine. So also last year, and I may be wrong, I do believe it might have been your bill, Mr. Chairman, that actually caused some confusion with a lot of my towns on allowing for the placement of mobile homes in every district. So some of our towns took that to be that you did not have to allow them everywhere, but you had to allow them most places, but they were confused on what most places meant. So what happened with my 5 towns was they started using each other's attorneys for their description or their, enforcement of what that law actually meant. I know one of my towns actually has 3 lawsuits that came because of the confusion. There was mobile home placed, and then the town did not adopt ordinances that the people assumed that they would, and then it was too late. It was already placed, and now the town told them to remove them, and they're saying no. Okay, so with that, what we're trying to prevent is if a person does have a mobile home as their home, we're trying to prevent that a town now must allow another mobile home to be placed as an accessory dwelling unit. So if the town wants to allow that, great, so be it. But we're trying to just clarify, because there seemed to be some confusion on whether or not they would have to allow that by right as an ADU. So if there is a mobile home that is being used as a home, to turn around and say that it's an ADU is, kind of backwards. So we're really just trying to clarify what a mobile home actually is according to, the standard of them, and understanding there's a clear difference between a mobile home and a modular home. And we're just trying to give towns the option to prevent them from having two on the same lot.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Beaulieu.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for taking my question. So my question is, what's wrong with people living in mobile homes, and why should the government stop people from living in mobile homes?
Thank you for the question. I don't believe that I said there was anything wrong with a mobile home whatsoever. I know I grew up in one. I'm sure many people do. What we're trying to say is if a mobile home is not allowed in a specific neighborhood, that to turn around and then use one as an accessory dwelling unit, that municipalities should be allowed to prevent that if their ordinances don't allow for it.
Follow up.
Right, so my follow-up question is, if there's nothing wrong with mobile homes, then why do towns need to not allow them?
First and foremost, mobile homes do not have the same tax rate as a stick-built home or as a modular home. Additionally, when the phrase is said, they're only mobile once, that is not true. They can, just because they're put on a foundation, they can still be picked up and they can still be moved. So they are not taxed at the same rate. They are not appraised at the same rate whenever they're first put up. I didn't say there was anything wrong with living in one. If that's your home, take care of it like anybody else takes care of any home. That's your home. You do you.
Go ahead.
All right, so if they're taxed differently, the town should then be free to prohibit forms of housing if that form of housing doesn't generate enough tax revenue for the town. Do I understand that correctly?
No, you do not. I'm saying if a town allows mobile homes in specific districts, right? I live on a very historical Victorian street. If my home were to burn down and I were to place a mobile home there, and then I were to turn around in 6 months and place another mobile home as an ADU, I have now completely changed the definition of my street.
All set. Representative Howland.
You're saying if you have a manufactured house, you can't have a manufactured house as an ADU. So if I have a stick-built house, can I have a manufactured house as my ADU?
Thank you for the question. That would be up to the town to decide. We're trying to say that a town is allowed to say if a mobile home is not allowed in a specific district, then they do not have to allow it as an ADU.
So, I'm glad you brought this up, because the new ADU law basically says that ADUs have to abide by the same restrictions as the principal dwelling unit in that district. So, in your how would the bill be needed if the town already has the ability to restrict manufactured housing from certain zones? Then they don't have the ability to, then they'll have the same ability to restrict manufactured housing ADUs because they've already restricted it from that zone. So the new law, HB 577, basically says that if the town has to allow ADUs to the same extent they allow the principal dwelling unit. So if they exclude manufactured housing, the way I read it is that they also would be able to exclude those as ADUs.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chairman. If I'm understanding correctly, if I may go back and just clarify. So what the bill says that if it is,
Thank you,
if
Representative.
there is an ADU as a mobile home, it's giving where towns are allowed to limit that size so that it's not actually going to be, I would say, larger than what the prime residence actually is.
Yeah, but I'm saying under state law, basically, if a town restricts manufactured housing from certain zones, then under the law they're allowed to restrict the ADU as well because because the principal dwelling unit cannot be a manufactured house, therefore the ADU cannot be a manufactured house. That's what the law states right now. They're allowed to restrict that as long as it's consistent with the principal dwelling unit.
Yeah, so if I'm understanding correctly, hold on a second, because I have the back of my paper here. So we have here, and I don't have line numbers on my paper, so I apologize for that. So the last line where it says, or an accessory dwelling unit as defined, that's referring to a manufactured home as an ADU. And then above it looks like it might be maybe the third paragraph where it's in bold, it's basically defining what that would be. So if I'm understanding your question correctly, Mr. Chairman, is we felt that the law was not very clear on when it comes to the ADUs as a manufactured home as an ADU. So because ADUs are allowed by right, wherever they so choose, what we didn't want to see happen was, because of a misunderstanding, we didn't want to see somebody place a mobile home and then turn around and place another mobile home as an accessory dwelling unit. So if the mobile home is not allowed in that district at all, but obviously ADUs are, then we felt the town should be able to say, no, you can't put a manufactured home as an ADU.
So, okay. So if manufactured housing is allowed under current law, manufactured housing could be allowed in most, but not necessarily all residential zones. If a manufactured house is allowed in a residential zone, are you saying that they cannot build it? They cannot have an ADU as a manufactured house, even though they allow it as a principal unit?
I'm not saying that they cannot do anything. What I would like is for the towns to be able to make that decision for themselves instead of the state.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Thaxton.
So the point of this bill is, as I think all of us know who've ever been on a planning board or operated in a small town, many times there's confusion in things that seem perfectly clear here. So your attempt with this bill is to clarify for the local planning boards and the voters in the towns what Representative Alexander has laid out. That's my understanding?
Thank you for the question, Representative. Yes.
All right. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I'd like to call on Brody DeShays, who I'm sure can help answer the question I asked as well. Perfect.
Thank you for the record, Brody DeShays. I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association. This was a request after getting a lot of feedback from municipal planners and planning board members across the state and municipal officials. We support House Bill 1026 and helped draft it. So the House Bill 1026 does two very simple things. First, it amends RSA 674:72 Roman 1, the current state law that requires municipalities to permit an attached or detached accessory dwelling unit by right in all zoning districts that permit single-family dwellings. Under the previous provisions of RSA 674:72 Roman 1, prior to the law's update last year, a municipality could, but was not required to, prohibit accessory dwelling units associated with manufactured housing. Second, the bill amends the definition of manufactured housing in RSA 674:31 to add that manufactured housing is not considered an accessory dwelling unit as defined in RSA 674:71, the current law that defines accessory dwelling units. House Bill 1026 is intended to ensure that two manufactured homes cannot be placed by right on a lot zoned as a single-family residential. Currently, under RSA 674:71, where there's a definition of ADUs, it says, quote, accessory dwelling units may be constructed at the same time as a principal dwelling unit, end quote. With the removal of language in RSA 674:72 Roman 1, which permitted a municipality to prohibit accessory dwelling units associated with manufactured housing, 2 units of manufactured housing can be placed on a lot zoned single-family residential because of the new sentence in RSA 674:71 Roman 1. And these units can be the two same exact size. So you effectively have two uses that one, while you might claim one is accessory, it clearly isn't, because it isn't smaller in size and in scope to what the principal dwelling unit may be. Additionally, an accessory dwelling unit is only an accessory use if it's secondary and lesser than the primary. The primary is a single family dwelling unit, and there may be accessory dwelling unit allowed by right, which may be attached or detached as required by state law, that is secondary. So the goal here is to ensure that we don't have two manufactured housing units of the same exact size. Otherwise, you don't truly have an accessory use happening. That's not the goal of the ADU statute. Additionally, a municipality may allow manufactured housing units to be used as an accessory dwelling unit, even if HB 1026 becomes law. However, the manufactured housing units used as an ADU must be at least 320 square feet and no more than 950 square feet, unless the municipality permits ADUs larger than 950 square feet. Municipality may already permit, and many do, manufactured housing on individual lots in most, but not all land areas in district zone to permit residential uses in the municipality. However, the law is extremely ambiguous and somewhat silent on claiming if someone were to claim a manufactured housing unit as an ADU and whether or not that would be permitted by right as an ADU. And I hear the chairman's point, but there's still more. We don't think it's as clear as you might think it is. And I understand when we are involved in legislating these things, it can be quite clear when you've worked on it for hours. But for a lot of our local officials and many private property owners, they are trying to place two units that are the exact same size on the same lot. It would be as if someone were to claim that the duplex that they're placing, that one of the units is primary and the other is accessory, which clearly, again, is not the intent of the ADU statute. It's to allow single family home, and then this accessory use that's also residential. So that is the goal of House Bill 1026. There are ways to address this with the current language. And there are also other ways, so we're willing to work with the committee, but we want to make sure that this is clear, that people aren't placing two housing units that are the same size at the same time on a single family lot. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Shays. Does the New Hampshire Municipal Association educate their planning and zoning board members on the law?
Of course, and we've sent
And
out.
have you given these municipalities guidance that if the principal dwelling unit is not allowed to be an ADU, not allowed to be manufactured housing, then the accessory dwelling unit is not allowed to be manufactured housing? Did you educate them on the current law?
We have educated them on the current law. We don't get into the intricacy of every aspect of the law. We do as much as we can in a digestible way. I don't think the law is as clear as you might think. I'm even reading some of the language. I believe it's RSA 674:72 Roman 1 that's in the bill in front of us, lines 6 through 9. It says a municipality shall allow one accessory dwelling unit without additional requirements for lot size, except as described by this section, setbacks, aesthetic requirements, design review requirements, frontage space limitations, or other controls beyond what would be required for a single family dwelling without an accessory dwelling unit. I can see how you would construe it that way. I do not think it's very clear to the majority of property owners or land use boards across the state. And we're trying to create clarity because we want this to be implemented correctly.
Okay, and the current law that municipalities may provide reasonable and realistic opportunities for expansion of manufactured housing or manufactured housing parks, couldn't a municipality just say that they're going to exclude manufactured housing to just parks in a majority of residential districts, and therefore they would skirt the requirement that they have manufactured housing in a plurality of not a plurality, a majority of residential zones?
Thank you for the question, Representative Alexander. Municipalities are required to allow subdivisions for manufactured homes on a majority of land zoned residential, but not necessarily all. The same for manufactured housing parks, and the same for manufactured homes placed on singular lots. Every municipality has adopted some ordinance to that effect, or if they haven't adopted an ordinance, then it's by right on single family lots on a majority of the land. So I would say they're not skirting the law. The law is pretty clear, and they've adopted ordinances in line with the law, or have manufactured housing is allowed by right in that municipality if they haven't adopted an ordinance to that effect.
Thank you. I'm glad you're giving municipalities guidance on what the law actually states. Representative Howland.
So my question, the big thing you were saying is that somebody's putting two of the same size things on one lot and calling one. So can't use. So if I have a 1,000 square foot manufactured house and I want to put a 800 square foot manufactured house on that, it's subservient to the primary residence, which would be, I think, the same if I had a stick built house versus a stick built ADU. Would just saying that it has to be subservient in size solve that issue?
Thank you for the question, Representative Howland. And I think you posed some of the problems that our members have with even the ADU law in and of itself, because effectively, I mean, yes, it might be 200 square feet smaller, even if it's a stick-built ADU, but they're two structures that are the same exact size, that are nearly the same size as a single-family home. So now you've effectively doubled the density of a zoning district that's zoned for single-family residential. So effectively, in some ways, some of our members would interpret, especially if the principal use is a smaller home, that the ADU law has allowed double the density in single-family residential zones, which the land, the topography, the intensity of the use that you're now requiring to be there, it might be too much. So we're hoping that there's a way to try to figure out, though, preventing two units that are the same exact size being placed on the same exact lot in an area that's zoned single-family residential.
So would that apply then to, would you not just want to do that to manufactured housing, you'd want to also do that to stick build as well, right? So that I mean, regardless if it's manufactured housing or stick built house, what you're saying is you want the ADU to be subservient to the primary residence, right?
I would say yes, generally. That's not the intent of this bill, though. But yeah, I mean, if that's something the committee wants to consider, we would be open to trying to figure out a way to ensure that the ADU is clearly subservient to the principal dwelling unit.
All right. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Karen Susi.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to be here today. My name is Karen Susi. I'm testifying in opposition to House Bill 1026 on behalf of the New Hampshire Manufactured Housing Association. The purpose of this bill is to ban manufactured homes as an ADU. This is what it does. Last session, there were a large number of housing bills that were passed intended to boost the housing supply in the state. Manufactured homes should qualify as accessory dwelling units because doing so directly advances this effort. An ADU should be defined by how a dwelling functions and meets the needs of the property owner rather than by how it's built. Passing this bill does not respect property rights, does not give homeowners cost-effective choices, and does not give older or fixed-income homeowners the opportunity to age in place. Excluding the most affordable view of option for an ADU is not the solution for the housing crisis. Maybe I can clarify a few things that I've heard before. Manufactured housing is not taxed differently than your traditional stick site housing, and they are their value is increasing over 100%. I mean, the cost of these homes when they're assessed is pretty high. Does anyone have any questions? Again, I ask you to ITL this bill.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? I don't see any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Abby Bronson.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name's Abby Bronson. I'm the Director of Policy and Advocacy at the New Hampshire Community Loan Fund. I am also here to urge you to oppose House Bill 1026 for many of the reasons stated in the previous testimony from Ms. Susi. I think that the intent of this bill is to further discriminate based on the type of construction and not the use, and not what we're trying to get at. With accessory dwelling units, we've heard a lot about how the cost can be very prohibitive for folks, and manufactured housing serves as an opportunity to address that. And I would say, in particular, the section that changes the definition of manufactured housing to exclude ADUs, it's my reading that that would effectively mean that you can't use manufactured housing as an ADU regardless. So it's not just giving an option, it's completely shutting off the option for homeowners to decide that they want to use a manufactured home as an ADU. So with that, I'll conclude my testimony.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have questions? I don't see any. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Is there anyone else here to testify on HB 1026? I don't see any. I'm going to close the public hearing on HB 1026, and we are. Let me get my act together. All right, I'm going to open up the public hearing and call on on 1343 and call on Representative Lucas to introduce her bill. Welcome. Welcome back.
Thank you. Good morning. Honorable Chair and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to introduce HB 1343, allowing remote and hybrid meetings for the governing body of unit owners. I want to extend my thanks to the Office of Legislative Services and to the committee staff members. For the record, I am Janet Lucas, representing Grafton County District 7, which includes the town of Campton and a portion of the Waterville Estates Village District. Granite Staters, who are fortunate enough to live in our area, the White Mountain region, enjoy its great natural beauty every day. We welcome many others to join us in the appreciation of our beautiful area, and some of those folks decide to invest in condominiums to extend their stays here to include entire seasons, vacations, and holidays. They bring family and friends who contribute to New Hampshire's most important industry, tourism. Some of these condominium owners travel great distances from their home bases to join us in the White Mountains, the Lakes region, and the Seacoast. It's a great relationship of mutual benefit, and it's always a good idea to do what we can to strengthen those ties. This bill will allow owners who are unable to travel those long distances for what are currently mandatory in-person condominium owners meetings to attend them remotely. This is especially important during the winter months and when natural disasters at any time require emergency meetings to address questions of damage and repair. It can be difficult for homeowners associations to obtain a quorum during the winter months and at other times when a special meeting has been called to address emergency issues. This bill will allow the governing body of the Organization of Unit Owners to conduct regularly scheduled and special meetings by telephonic or video conference call or other interactive electronic communication process, as long as all participants, including those participating in person, shall be able to communicate simultaneously during the meeting. This bill provides that presence by such electronic means shall satisfy any applicable quorum requirement, and that the governing body may vote on any action properly before it and may approve meeting minutes by electronic means, including, but not limited to, email and video conferencing. This bill will not require anyone to participate electronically. It simply makes that option available for anyone who is unable to attend in person. This bill does not apply to or include timeshare arrangements. Thank you for your consideration of House Bill 1343, and I recommend that you vote out to pass so that all condo owners can participate more easily in their association meetings. I'd be happy to try to answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Representative, for your testimony. Do we have questions? Representative Aaron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I just want to know what you mean by this does not include timeshare options.
What I mean is that this bill is focused solely on condominium homeowners associations and does not refer to or include timeshare arrangements in any way, shape, or form.
Representative, so I own a condo, and for some reason, I just cannot attend the annual meetings. I don't know if it's because I don't want to, or so I attend enough meetings as it is.
Yeah.
But I do have a proxy sheet that I fill out, and I can either give it to a trusted neighbor and say you can vote on my behalf, or I check the box that says you can count me towards the quorum, but not cast a vote on my behalf. I guess I'm wondering what's preventing these homeowners from filling out these proxy forms and just emailing it to a trusted person that's going to be at the meeting. I don't understand why this bill is needed. There's already mechanisms in the law that allow for that.
And I have a question for you.
Well, I don't answer questions in a public hearing, but if you could answer mine, that'd be great.
I think I will defer that question then to Mr. Ducharme, who has a business. He's an attorney of condominium law.
Perfect. I see.
So I
So
think I'll just beg off on that one.
that sounds great, and I see him writing away, so he'll be ready to answer that. Thank you for your testimony. Any other questions? I don't see any. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Representative Horrigan, come on up. Welcome to House Housing.
Oh, thank you very much. It's good to be here, and I'm glad. Of course, you personally are also on Judiciary, Mr. Chair. So, I'm glad we don't have to do all these housing bills year after year. Although anyway, I'm Representative Timothy Horrigan. I'm from Stratford County District 10, member of the House Judiciary Committee, which used to get most of the housing bills that you're dealing with now. I don't remember. This is a new idea, and I thought it was a good idea. So I'm a co-sponsor. I am not a condo owner. I'm currently renting an apartment, but I think I would probably like to be one at some point in the future, even though I've heard some of the politics in the condominium are pretty intense, even more intense than the politics here.
More intense than the New Hampshire General Court at times. Yes.
Yes, I've heard that. So I'm sure you've experienced that yourself, Mr. Chair. So and so I was interested in this bill primarily because it does allow for the use of remote meetings, which is a relatively new technological development. But I think we've reached a point where even the least technologically advanced condo boards have the expertise to be able to have these meetings, and I think it's more fair for members who are unable to attend the annual meeting for whatever reason, what's it called, one valid reason if they're part-time residents in New Hampshire and they own a condo here and have residences elsewhere. They could also be disabled or could have other reasons why they can't attend the condo meeting in person. So I feel this is a good bill which updates it's a good bill. So I think it's time has come. I think it's 2026. So it is possible for probably all homeowners associations to hold remote meetings. So the technology is pervasive enough. And this makes a minor tweak, 2H after the law books. And I noticed the dates of when most of it was passed was 1977. So it's been area of the law that stays fairly stable for about 50 years without that many major changes. But I think this is a minor change that should be made. So I urge you to find a bill ought to pass. So thanks.
Thank you, Representative, for your testimony. Do we have questions?
Sure. Although
I don't see any.
Okay, good. So then you can hear from and the experts are coming up after me. So good. So thanks.
Thank you, Representative. Richard Ducharme. Come on up.
Can I start?
Go ahead.
I've never been here, so.
Oh, well, welcome.
Hi, my name is Robert Ducharme. I'm an attorney here in New Hampshire, have been for, 37, 38 years. And for the past 25 years, all I've practiced is condominium law in New Hampshire. And I'm fortunate to currently actively represent somewhere north of 250 associations around the state, every county except Coos, where I was told they don't have condos. Lucky them. I'm here because I think it's a wonderful idea to have this, and I'll get to that, but I want to address the concern of Representative Aaron. Timeshares under the Condominium Act, there's a separate section for them that says if you are entitled to use your unit for no more than 45 days, then you are a timeshare. If you're entitled to use it for more than 45 days, by definition, you're not a timeshare. So that's why this doesn't apply. Totally separate statute. With regard to your question, Representative Alexander, about why can't we just use proxies, in a perfect world, that would be great. However, proxies still don't help people meet a quorum. I have a hard time getting associations to meet, especially during the winter, because people are spread to far warmer climes, as someone was joking about before the hearing started. And so what happens is proxies aren't always turned in. And even when they are turned in, it takes away from the discussion of owners to happen. I had one last night, for instance, a meeting that went rather late, and because they had adopted language that allowed them to use remote meetings, so they did. And what happens if many times, for instance, the president in this case was in Florida. Well, the president doesn't want to be sending in a proxy because they're supposed to control the meeting, so they have to show up. So suddenly, if you're going to say, well, you can just use a proxy and you have to be there, then we wouldn't be able to have meetings with the officers there because they may be in different areas. The whole goal, presumably, is to increase participation in condo associations. And the way to do that is not to force them to have remote meetings, but to allow them the opportunity to have remote meetings. And the Condo Act is filled with examples of this. Boards, for instance, have the discretion to use Robert's Rules of Order or not. They have the ability to make rules or not. They have the right to enforce rules or not. So there's many discretionary ones, and this would just add to this list. But with the way it was crafted in 2016, it said, we're not going to give you that discretion unintentionally. We're going to try and keep attendance down, and we're going to require you to amend your documents. And by a minimum of 67% of the voting interest, some higher than that. The problem with that is rarely do you even get 67% of the people to agree whether it's partly sunny or partly cloudy. So they just naturally disagree. And that's not a bad thing that it takes a high percentage to do that. But when you balance that against the right of people to want to participate, it's hard to do that. So the suggestion would be to give boards the discretion, as I mentioned, they have other discretionary things, to have it so that they can have an in-place meeting, but also have it remote so people can participate. And that's what hurts with proxies, because in last year, as you may know, one of the amendments to the Condo Act changed proxies to require directed proxies, which says that in every proxy, you have to tell everybody what is up for a vote, versus a general proxy just says, I'm going to give my proxy to Gladys to vote as he or she wishes. And that's fine. But rightly so, it's now also required to have it directed. So if there's a vote on the budget, if there's a vote on board members, if there's a vote on amendments, that has to be on there so the proxy holder can have the voice and they can direct that. But they don't get the right to discuss things and maybe change their mind one way or the other. So if it's about transparency, which I think we all agree on, for transparency and having more participation, this is why it would be so appropriate to give boards the discretion to have remote meetings to help drive up attendance. I hope that helps a little bit.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Aaron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. One of my concerns with these remote meetings is that I was on a meeting at one time, remote meeting with 400 people, and it devolved into a total, we had to cancel the meeting because, on Zoom, you can only see 25 people on the screen, and so the other 375 were off the screen, and if they wanted to speak, no one acknowledged that.
What you're telling me is it devolved into a typical condo meeting, is what I'm hearing.
Except the voice vote probably isn't as clear. On
Yeah.
Zoom.
So, and that's not a with due respect, because I think the only good thing that came out of the pandemic was Zoom, because it allows for more people to participate. You can have meetings, you don't have to travel as far. And from my practice, it's been really helpful for owners. What I hear is that there's a problem with the process of how to control people. There's a mute button. It needs a stronger board to say everybody has to be civil and has to contribute. You can't talk over people and those types of things. So there's ways to handle that. I wouldn't, and I understand it because I've been to a lot of bad meetings in the last 8 years or so where tempers flare. But I would urge you not to throw out the baby with the bathwater and make the exception the rule, because from my experience, it's been tremendous with those associations that have allowed it. They haven't all allowed it because, again, it takes 67%. And if you have one owner or two owners that control 34, 35%, you can't amend it. And they'll say, well, I want you to change this and I'll give you this. And that's not really democracy. That's holding things up for a personal gain versus what should happen with transparency and getting more participation in condo meetings.
Representative Bolio, then Newell.
Yep, thank you, and thank you for taking my question. So I'm just trying to clarify my thinking here because I'm not very familiar with condo associations.
Lucky
So,
you.
Yeah, under current law, if 2/3 agree to amend things, then currently they can. The boards already have this option. They just need to get 2/3 buy-in. What this would do is remove that requirement and allow the boards the discretion to decide whether or not they're going to do it. So that's what this is doing.
Correct, and it's not to require them to have them, and I should make that clear. There are many. The first goal of almost every board I'm fortunate enough to represent is to say, let's have a meeting, let's have people there. It's better. We're called community organizations for a reason, and community associations, so we want to have everybody together. But there's some that can't make it for illness, some because of weather, it's New Hampshire, and some because they have it as an investment and they're far away. So this is just going to be able to increase the ability of people to participate. Pointedly, it does not say you can't have in-person meetings. You can have them, you can supplement them with a remote meeting. So it's going to increase attendance and make it easier that way. Unfortunately, unless you want to change the statute to lower the percentage of amendments from 67 to a simple majority or something like that, which I would not advise, it's not as easy as it sounds to get to 67% on anything, and it shouldn't be. But I truly believe, in light of all the other things I mentioned, where you've given boards discretion, they should have the discretion to figure out what's best for their association and how to increase participation. That's all we're asking.
Representative Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for taking my question. As we're talking about how this would play out and kind of envisioning how this would play out, I think, as you just said, it was around using Zoom or something similar. And, Rep. Aaron described how that might devolve, but at least when you're on Zoom, you do have options as far as raising your hand or things like that. So as long as people are savvy enough to be able to and set the instructions in that way. But what this bill says is a little bit different, because the bill says such meetings may be held by telephone, video, or other interactive electronic communication. So as we're talking about this, we're putting in the frame of Zoom, which we all kind of understand what tools there are for that. Those tools don't exist, for example, on the telephone. So I'm just curious, was that the intent of the bill, to include all of these things, and, particularly with the inherent difficulties that come along with, a phone call instead of being in a.
In some associations, Zoom breaks down. The technology is a beautiful thing when it works. That's the problem. It doesn't always work. And so you want to have as many options as you can and I've had them where Zoom has cut out in storms. Okay, but you still have a phone number. So you can have a conference call with multiple people. And many associations, for instance, only have 2, 4, 6, 10 units. So you can easily have a conference call such as that. So the goal is to have it as wide as possible to give boards as much opportunity to, again, increase participation. Simple as that.
Thank you.
On a related matter, and I apologize, one undertone I may have misheard from some of the questions is that, well, do we want to give boards that much discretion? And, maybe they're going to come up with things that say, well, we're only going to allow certain people in. That's not the law. Everybody's entitled to attend in person or by proxy a condo meeting, as it should be. And as a result of that, as multiple courts have said, I'm smiling because of one in particular who's retired, and I don't want to mention his name, said, if the board is doing bad things, and he looked at me and said, well, if the board's so bad, why do you keep reelecting them? So if the board's not choosing the right electronic method to do it, then you have the right under the democracy that is condo world to get rid of them and get something that's going to make it more amenable for people to show up and participate. That's the whole goal.
Follow up.
And so that just kind of made me think of another thing, because at the end of the day, if you're doing a phone call, it's a lot. It's more difficult to me is more difficult to bring in participation, right? And make sure that everyone has a chance to speak and things like that. So when you're talking about being able to vote someone out, would elections of board members be included in these type of remote, and including the telephone, for example?
Yes, and it's worked out well that way. From those that have managed to pass this 2/3 threshold, it's worked out well that way. Because again, it increases participation, and the statute makes it so that the boards get to decide how voting is going to happen. So you can easily, we did one last night, and did it simply not by raising hands because you can't see everybody on Zoom, but you did it by roll call of everybody that's there, and or with the proxies.
Thank you.
Representative Page.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. As with everything we talk about here, I think our perspective on things is colored by our districts and where we're coming from. And I'm from Conway. So when I think of condo associations, oftentimes I'm thinking of our ski condos. I have a friend who's the only full-time resident in her whole place. So I guess, I tend to think of condos as being, in my neck of the woods, as often being places where folks are very rarely in town. So I guess what I'm hoping is, can you educate me? I'm wondering, in those associations, how are these meetings currently taking place when folks are, for much of the year, not present at all?
I can tell you that one I have that's involved in a lawsuit, and another that they don't have the meetings because they can't get everybody there. And so the statute requires you to have an annual meeting. Well, if you don't have an annual meeting because no one's there, what do you do? So they'll try and do it. And I have a number up in Conway, Bartlett, the North Country, and so on. And they try and schedule them at different times. Hey, we'll have it in summertime. Well, not everybody there is during the summertime because they're renting it out because that's where they can make the money. So we'll have it in the wintertime. Well, not everybody's there because they're gone. They want to be warm, and some stay there for skiing. They can make a lot of money during the holidays. So that's why it's so much more important for those, one, to get out of some lawsuits, two, to get out of threats of lawsuit, three, to get out of nasty emails that come from owners. You haven't had any meeting in 2 years. Yeah, well, you didn't show up either. We can't get the people here. The one I had last night, for instance, not in the North Country, but the president was down in Florida because that's where she was, and she sort of got stuck there. Okay, but it was set up so that other officers were in the meeting physically, and that you could have the rest of them by Zoom. So it's a nice merger to allow that participation.
Thank you. I just have a quick follow-up. So in these cases, what you're finding is that even with the ability to have proxy voting, people are just not able to even hold the meeting. Is that correct?
Correct. Proxies don't work in and of themselves. They don't allow for discussion. They don't allow for people to change their minds, and that's the downside. And stripping all that away, we wouldn't be here if you could just do it with proxies, because we would have enough people to have meetings and have enough participation to change documents, to have full discussions, maybe even to amend documents. They don't work as much.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your testimony.
You're tired of me. Thank you. Appreciate the time.
We have a long day ahead of us. Thank you. Jennifer Leger.
Hi there. Thank you for taking my testimony. Good morning, Chairman Alexander and esteemed committee members. My name is Jennifer Laguerre, and I'm here today to testify in favor of HB 1343. I live in Campton, New Hampshire, and for the past 11 years, I've been the president of my condo association in Campton. Our board members, myself, and our owners have been working very diligently to try to improve the association and govern in a manner that is within the guidelines of condo law and our condo docs. Our condo docs do not currently allow for remote meetings, and due to this situation and restriction, our owners are at times prevented from taking part in meetings. Some owners are required to drive hours round trip to be able to attend the meetings, and it seems like it's very unfair that we do not have an option that is afforded to many other companies and organizations in these modern times. Meetings aren't just about voting as well. We do have proxies for that. But what is missing from these meetings, and what's very important to me as a board president, is when owners cannot be present. There is an exchange of ideas, an opportunity for members to voice their opinions and to be able to contribute to conversations and give suggestions and provide guidance on subjects that may be in their purview of expertise. It's been very difficult for our board to be able to steer the association on the basis of the wants and needs of our association when so few are able to attend, due to a myriad of reasons that it can include illness or surgery, work restrictions or frailty, inclement weather, people can be on vacation out of the area, just to name a few. I myself have a second home out of state, and I am there for long stretches of time. Our meetings are beholden around my schedule as well and restricted to the times when I'm available in state. That would not be the case if I was able to connect remotely and conduct these meetings. There have been many times during my tenure where there's been important business of the association that has had to been delayed because my board members are unable to be in the same room at the same time due to work obligations, snowstorms, and not being able to take the extra expense of an unplanned trip to Campton. It has been a challenge to even find board members to serve in this capacity based on these factors. Our owners express their frustration to me often about their inability to participate, and I have brought with me testimony from many of them today, and I'm hoping that I'll be able to pass them out for you. HB 1343 should pass in the state of New Hampshire, and it would allow for increased efficiency of board of directors and owners meetings all over the state. It will increase owner participation and engagement and would lessen the financial and time burden on some of our owners who live far away that would otherwise desire to have a better say and leadership role in our association and others around the state. It's such an easy fix and one that would benefit all condo associations in New Hampshire. I'm urging this committee please to vote yes on HB 1343 to lessen the burden on our condo association members, enabling them to participate in the business and the leadership roles of our associations. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Ms. Laguerre. Representative Beaulieu.
Yes.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. So for all the reasons you outlined and from previous testimony, I mean, it seems to me it makes sense why a condo association would want to do this. My question is specifically, why hasn't your condo association already adopted remote meetings? Why hasn't it happened yet?
We have set to vote an opportunity for us to be able to do this, and we have an owner, unfortunately, in our condo association that is, for lack of a better term, just holding us hostage.
So the system, if I'm clarified, the system is working, you just don't agree with the outcome of the vote.
Well, the owner doesn't agree with the outcome of the vote.
Okay.
But we have 9 owners in our association, so there's 8 of us that would like to be able to participate in the leadership and in the business of the association. And it's more than just more than just the annual meeting as well. I mean, we're beholden to have board meetings as well, and board meetings is where owners are able to bring up questions and issues that come up around our business, and if they're not able to be there to ask these questions, to bring forth issues that need to be on a ballot or for whatever reason need to be directed to the board, they don't have that option to be able to do that. It's very unfortunate.
So I'm not clear. There's 8 owners that want remote participation.
Yes.
And there's 1 that doesn't. That's
Yes.
over 67%.
Unfortunately, well, the way that the percentage works out, he has 34%.
Because he owns multiple
Yes.
units.
Yeah, we have unit owners that own multiple units,
Okay.
and some that don't.
All right. Thank you for your testimony.
And I have, may I?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Actually, if you want to wait till right after,
Okay. I mean,
or you
they're in
can
a
you can
folder.
hand it out right. Just wait. We're one more person testifying, then
Okay.
we can hand it out.
Okay, perfect.
Laura Gillinello.
Hello,
Hello.
my name's Laura Gulinello, and thank you for having us here to discuss HB 1343. I am a member of the Camp Dar Association, and I actually am an active board member and live full time. I'm one of, I think, 3 or 4 of us that live there full time and love. I snowboard, I hike, I kayak, and I love where I live, and I've chosen to live there on purpose. I personally witnessed the impact of in-person meetings or by my fellow owners who can't get to meetings and have to travel to Campton. And the lack of precipitation is basically what we're talking about today, and I feel that's the number one thing. In the past, members have missed meetings due to work, travel, illness, things we've discussed already, and the conditions make conducting business on large and small decisions very difficult on all of us. So the absence of in-person meetings is frustrating, personally, because I'm actually there. And we very much want full participation and feedback when making decisions, large or small. This bill would alleviate that frustration and allow for full participation by online or even by phone, like we discussed. Because I'm not a computer person either, but I do know how to work the Zoom. We would really greatly appreciate that. So it is 2026. It is not 1986 or whenever these original bills were casted, and multi-million-dollar businesses do business by Zoom and telephone and all that sort of thing. And here we are, our little condo association with 9 owners would like our input and feedback in a timely manner, and we are currently unable to do that. So this legislation, I feel, is crucial to the success of our little association, and I urge the committee to vote yes on HB 1343.
Thank you, Ms. Gillinello.
Thank you.
Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Is there anyone else here to testify on HB 1343? We typically don't. If you can email the committee with your responses, that would be great. I'm going to close the public hearing on HB 1343. And I'm going to open the public hearing on HB 1726. I do not have a pink card from Representative Munns, who has been here before. All right. And Ms. Laguerre, if you would like to hand out your paperwork, yeah, we're going to take like 2 minutes. So if you want to hand it out right now, that's great. Representative, if you could bear with me, we're going to hand out some paperwork and then you can get started. All right, Representative, you can take it away.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sorry.
Got a promotion. Thank you.
Promoted you. Mr. Chairman, for the record, my name is Chris Munns. I am one of the 4 representatives from Rockingham County District 29, representing the town of Hampton. Members of the committee, it's good to be back with you today for the last time. I had hoped to have 2 opportunities to speak with you today, to introduce HB 1726 as I'm doing now, and to also introduce HB 1786. But alas, you will only get to see me once today.
Yeah, and Representative, I want to apologize for that. It was not the fault of the chair, so I just want you to know that I would have loved to hear from you again.
Thank you.
We just couldn't have.
Thank you. As the chair is referring to HB 1786, and that hearing was canceled. I'm sure you all understand how very disappointing it is to have to spend so much time speaking with stakeholders, drafting and redrafting a bill, only to find out a week before the scheduled hearing on your bill that the hearing was canceled. It is particularly frustrating since I know that one of the reasons this committee voted to terminate the Housing Champions program was the concern that there was no source of funding identified for it. This is exactly what HB 1786 would do, provide a reliable and dedicated source of funding for proven housing programs like the Housing Champions program already in place going forward. Hopefully there's something that can be done to ensure that grant estaters have an opportunity to participate in a full and fair hearing and review HB 1786, and that members have a chance to hear about the bill, about what the bill will do. Back to HB 1726. HB 1726 is a very simple bill. Since the acquisition of land upon which to build housing units is one of the larger expenses a developer must incur, this bill hopes to reduce the cost of some projects by identifying unused or underutilized state-owned property that might be suitable for affordable housing development. It directs state agencies to identify any such property as part of the development of their biennium state budget, and authorizes the state to offer such property to qualified developers through a competitive bidding process at below market rates. The bill also provides an incentive to municipalities who collaborate with state agencies to identify and rezone state property suitable for housing development in their town. Any town that does so would have grants it submits under the Housing Champions program be given a higher priority than grant applications submitted by other towns. I am not under the illusion that this bill will magically identify acres and acres of land in highly desirable locations upon which to build all the new housing units we need. But as the old adage goes, every little bit helps. And even if we are able to only identify 1 or 2 promising sites a year, that could mean an affordable home for several families, some of whom may be located in our communities. I hope you will recommend this bill as ought to pass. Thank you again for your time, and I'm now happy to try to answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Representative, for your testimony. Representative Thaxton.
So I guess I have a little bit of a concern with the idea behind the bill. Not that I object to the state selling off assets, but to the way you described it. I mean, the state sells off assets all the time. The towns do too. But if I understood you correctly, your proposal is that they be required to sell these off at, quote, a below market rate, but on a competitive basis. So that seems to be, that confuses me as a real estate broker, because if I have a lot that's worth, for argument's sake, $50,000, and I put it out on the market and say, oh, okay, I'll take 30, and then I have 3 bids and they're 50, 55, and 60, am I to take the lower bid? This is how this perplexes people. Can you clarify what you're trying to do here?
Well, what I'm trying to do is, as I said in my testimony, is to help developers that are interested in developing property reduce the cost of the land that they have to build on. And I guess in the scenario that you laid out, if the property was valued at $50,000, I think what I would hope the rules that would be put in place to implement this bill would do is suggest that the property be offered initially at a rate that's below market. And then let the competitive bidding process go on. And if somebody wants to offer more than that minimum bid, then that's fine.
Go ahead.
Price, yeah. And I guess I'm not suggesting necessarily that the state would have to accept the lowest bid, but I think what I would hope is that it would set the start of the bidding process at an attractive level that might enlist developers to bid on it that might not otherwise have if the property had been offered at a higher price.
Follow up.
So, and we heard similar testimony, I think it was in this committee. The proceeds, are you directing them to go anyplace in particular, or are they just going to go back into the general fund? Are they going to go back to the agency that the money came from, or that the asset came from? Or that, we heard that in some other bill. What is your position on that?
I don't believe that the bill is specific on that, so I would say that it probably would go back into the general fund.
Representative Page.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple clarifying questions here. So, following up on that last question from Rep. Thaxton, my reading of the bill. So my question is my reading of this bill correct? The language of the bill. That any state agency that identifies and disposes of unused state property for residential development in compliance with the section, they'll retain the revenue, proceeds, or budgetary credit for one budget cycle. So my reading of that, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that it would go back to the agency that identified and disposed of the land for a single budget cycle. Am I misreading that?
I think you might be, and maybe it's that the wording wasn't as clear as it needed to be. What that section was attempting to do was provide an incentive to a agency to actually identify these properties, and also what it is attempting to do is recognize that even if the agency identified that property and that property was sold, that there would still potentially be some upkeep to the property that the agency would need to do for some period of transition, so that that if there was funding allocated to maintain that property, that wouldn't be cut off right away. The revenue that is referenced in that section is revenue to the agency to support that particular property. It's not the revenue from the sale.
Other questions? Representative Thaxton.
So just in your last response, to be clear, what you're talking about is the agency would, if they had budgeted $500 to mow the lawn, they would keep that $500 in their budget. Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Representative Beaulieu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. So I definitely appreciate the intent of this bill, with trying to find, ways to take non-productive surplus state-owned property and, put it back into the market, especially to provide housing. My concern, and I guess it's kind of hinted at a little bit here in section Roman numeral 9, where it talks about municipalities. And I can tell you that, in my hometown of Littleton, there was surplus town property. The idea was, hey, maybe we should sell it off. We need housing. And it was actually going to be single family residential. And as soon as people got a whiff of, oh my God, someone might actually live behind where I live now, And this was town property that was paid for, bonded for, been sitting idle for 30 something years. Eventually, it was decided, oh, well, let's just turn it into town forest. So my concern is the unintended consequence of this, where you have state-owned property that's subject to municipal zoning. All of a sudden, people hear that, hey, the state's going to sell that for affordable housing, and you could have a rush at the local level to find ways, any ways, to stop this from happening. And that can include zoning-wide changes that will actually make it much more difficult to develop in the future, all with the purpose of stopping one of these projects. So I guess my question is, what additional things in section, just besides the incentive, are there any additional things here to maybe make sure that towns follow through, not just with incentivizing the state, but also incentivizing the communities properly to make sure that, projects like this are actually welcome and not just forced on them by the state?
Well, that is that is a big challenge that we face across the board with any kind of housing development that we're trying to do right now. I guess I would acknowledge that, that is a concern. There is nothing else in this bill that would try to specifically address that much broader concern. So.
All right. I see no other questions. Thank you, Representative Munns.
Thank you.
Nick Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Nick Taylor, Director of Housing Action, New Hampshire. So we are in support of the objectives of this, just like we were for House Bill 1713, which was the other bill sponsored by Representative Cole, looking at state surplus land in the process there, because we do think, with land being such a high driver of housing costs, that any opportunity we can take here is worth looking at, leaving no stone unturned. We've asked municipalities to step up. The state has stepped up with some of the permitting reforms, and so there is a great opportunity here with some surplus land. One thing that we do want to just raise with the committee that has come up, and Representative Thaxton, I think you had brought this up with what is the actual land look like? How much of it is DOT land sat next to a highway? What is developable? If you look at the meeting minutes from the Governor's Commission on Government Efficiency from last March, they did look at identifying state land as one of the priorities that they were going to look at. And it is our understanding that there have been continued conversations with the governor's office to better inventory what is available, and so that we can sort of make a more informed decision about what are the possibilities and what sort of scale of opportunity are we looking at here when we're thinking about that public good, when we're thinking about the other regulatory implications of making some changes here. So I think just bringing that up to the committee to consider as they're thinking about this bill, as they're thinking about 1713 and how that may play into what process we'd want to create here and what opportunity there is with available state-owned land, but certainly support the objective behind this and the other bill as well.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have questions? Representative Page.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you comment on the ability of the states to sell for below market rate and whether you think that is advisable? I think that since that came up earlier, I'm just curious as to Housing Action NH's perspective and position on that piece of it.
Yeah, I mean, we think there's, look, land costs are a big driver of it. If there was a way to be thinking about what we want to do with the public good there element, I think we would certainly be supportive of trying to find a way to either working with New Hampshire Housing. We think working through existing structures that have the capacity to do this, as opposed to departments that are sort of putting things out to bid and may not be used to real estate transactions. There may be some benefit to working through some existing infrastructure there, but we think there's opportunity and that would be valuable to look at.
Representative Thaxton.
So along those lines, I have a question and maybe a follow-up. How do you, as a regular market participant in this market, how is this not picking winners and losers? That's my first question. Yeah. And then if I'm picking winners and losers, how am I to what degree? Below market, it's worth $50,000. Do I put it on for $49,900? Do I put it on for $1? They're both below market. So where are we drawing the line here? And then the follow-up part is, I think you uttered, or maybe unintentionally, but one of the problems that some of the departments have, the state and the towns have, is they're not really good at selling stuff. And would it not be beneficial to have them, as in Cheshire County, I can say, most of the towns they put out bids to real estate offices who they then hire to sell the land, and they typically get more money than they ever thought they would get. So if you want to address that whole ball of wax, that'd be great.
Yeah, and thank you for the question, Representative. I think it would be important to have some clear standards, because even if you're thinking about below market rate housing, what it would take to build something that's affordable to 90% AMI versus 30% AMI, like there you would have the
But there's no
cost.
constraint like that in this bill.
I think that would be worth looking at, because I do think the clear standard piece is exactly the challenge that, how would you weigh two offers if if they're trying to do two separate things and have different cost structures? I think that's a very fair concern. And then same thing I think goes for the sort of process of listing and moving this. The existing state law does allow for municipalities to put in an offer. It allows for New Hampshire Housing, as sort of their quasi-governmental role, to have an opportunity to bid on it, and that structure creates a little bit less of a free-for-all sort of bidding war piece, which I think is hopefully speaking to some of that.
Other questions? I don't see any. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Is there anyone else here to testify on HB 1726? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on 1726, and we're in recess till 11.
Oh, was that the one that went without recommendation?
All right, the time is 11 a.m. I'm going to open up the public hearing on HB 1654. I'm going to welcome Representative Hemingway. Welcome to House Housing.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Representative Wayne Hemingway. I'm Sullivan County District 6, Croydon and Claremont. I come here today for the hearing on HB 1654. This bill here is to give the ability for the planning or a building inspector to deny some permits based upon back taxes and other charges that may be on a lien against a house. Where the biggest issue that we see in around the area is that when you have a deeded property that's in tax lien and you have a company that comes in and buys up a majority of those properties on tax at a reduced rate, and then they sit on those properties. And there are some that don't have the monies to repair those properties and still are in arrears for their taxes. So this bill here is meant to really represent those companies and individuals that are doing this. They may have multiple houses, but they're also back in arrears on their taxes. If they bring one building up to standards with their behind arrears, and then they can work on that, collect the money on that. If it's a family, multi-family dwelling, then they can use that money to go and correct the problems on the next house. But some of these houses are sitting for 2 years before anything's being done to them. So this bill is not here to hinder the homeowner in certain ways, unless it's a habitual homeowner, in certain things. So pending your questions.
Any questions for Representative Hemingway? I have a question. So if I owe charges to like my condo association, would that I understand it's not, I see back all taxes and other charges. Could the municipal building inspectors withhold a permit because I owe like a $30 fee for not moving my car in time for snow removal or something like that? Could they charge for could they withhold the permit for that?
Thank you for the question, Chairman. Is that posted at the city clerk?
Well, I guess it doesn't specify which charges and to whom.
Understood.
So I guess that would be like something that would need to be clarified. I think that's what my question and point is.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So to kind of answer that, I would suspect not, because that's an association, for one. The association would be the one that would probably do something if need be, but it sounds like it's a current charge, and it's not so much that it's a long term. So basically we get charged taxes twice a year, and in some places three quarterly, correct? So if you're more than 6 months behind, the building inspector, the planning and zoning can say, before you put this addition onto your house, you need to just clear up this. And maybe 6 months is not their term. This is an enabling bill. It's not a mandatory that you have to do this. So those charges that you talk about, I don't think it would affect this.
Thank you. Representative Thaxton.
So you answered one question that I had right there, which is this is enabling. This is a you may, this is not a you shall. Well, that's helpful. I have, I guess, a couple of concerns with the bill, which you heard me say a little while ago. The greater concern, which I now understand, if I understand your bill correctly, is that you're putting this on the building inspector. Is that correct? Or the planning board? Because those typically building inspectors and certainly planning boards don't get into money. So that is sort of a concern to me. It's normally handled by, in small towns, typically the select board.
Mm-hmm.
I guess there's a building department, like in the city of Keene, they have a building department that would issue it, but I'm concerned that we would be muddling who gets to do this. And I would be concerned about personal vendettas, number one. And then there are places, and I'll use the city of Keene as an example because I know that relatively well. They require building permits for everything. So, and the example I used before we were in session was in the city of Keene, if I want to replace my roof, I must pull a building permit. Fine. If I have my house, if I'm selling my house and one of the conditions of the sale is that I replace the roof, a very common event in New Hampshire, I may not have the ability to pay the tax, and I have back taxes. Maybe I'm selling my house because I have back taxes. That's a problem. And so that's my concern is how do you square those? Is there an out here? Is there a, you know, I'm not, and because I really don't understand why this is a problem, and maybe it's something that you're seeing in Claremont that we're not seeing in other places. We have lots of people that owe us taxes, and I think every municipality does. So why would we penalize them from improving the property? I guess I'm trying to understand really the intent of the bill and some of the mechanics because I'm concerned about the putting this on the building inspector.
Correct.
So we want to take a swing at that.
Thank you, Representative Jackson. So again, this is a may or enabling. It does not say that it's going to be everything. You have to make a determination. And, you know, if that person, and I would agree that if that person needs to put a roof on, for one, yes, they're might be behind on taxes, but knowing that it's going up for sale would be an exception to the policy. And that's the way I would see it. And so this would go to the inspector or the planning, you know, depending on whichever governing body controls the permitting. It would just be an easy phone call or an email to the assessor and say, you know, in some places we have websites that can look up to see if that person is in arrears. And, you know, if they're more than, you know, a year or whatever, you know, that may be determination. And depending on how many properties you own and how many properties that are behind, you know, this isn't here to deter anyone from upgrading their buildings. Is just to make sure that those people that buy multiple properties are maintaining them in a proper manner to get the housing back on the street in a fast and street way.
So I follow. Go ahead. So that leads me to the way you phrased your answer. That leads me to another question. Mr. Smith owns 4 houses. He owes taxes on 3. He wants to pull a permit on 4. Is he going to be blocked from a permit on 4 because he owes taxes on 2, 3, and 1, 2, and 3?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. I kind of went over that in my testimony on that, is that if, in my opinion, and the way this doesn't stop that from happening, is that if the person if a individual owns 3 to 4 houses and he's behind on all of them, if he catches that one up that he wants to pull permit on, then in my opinion, that would be fine and he could do that. Then use that money to, you know, start working on the next one.
Whatever he's doing, yeah.
Correct. I don't foresee that as, because we all know the housing is shortage. And the longer that we keep these houses or these buildings that could be set into multi-family buildings, the longer that we're going to continue to have a shortage.
Or just restore them to whatever they are as average condition.
Correct.
Representative Howland.
I have a really nitpicky one. So it looks like you have 2 levels of kind of protection, I guess, we're putting in. Like the first is like if you owed money, you can't get a building permit, right? The second one theoretically could happen. You've pulled a building permit, and let's say during your construction phase, it falls during the tax season, and you owe money to the town, and you go there and you're saying my construction is complete. I want you to tell me it's complete. And in this case, you'd say, no, you owe money. You do not achieve completeness. The problem you have, which is a problem I had in a bill that I did, is you're asking for a certificate of occupancy, which is not, amazingly enough, doesn't cross over to everybody. So right now, your second thing wouldn't apply to some rural areas. You need to say certificate of occupancy or completeness. And that's a really nitpicky, but it's an important distinction. Would you be willing to change that? That's my question.
Thank you for the question, Representative Howland. I do not believe that would be an issue in my opinion. I would agree, be amenable with that. In the way that I would see that, if you're in the middle of a project and you need a certificate of occupancy and now, especially in a multi-unit building, that's the money that can come in. So why wouldn't we do that occupancy? Because you've already started it. You were current, and now because you've used some of this money, you may not, and may not be able to finish it, or you've finished it and you're behind on your taxes. And to get the occupancy, in my opinion, would not be something that would hold that back. But I would be amenable to that change.
Representative Fax.
So they've said a couple other things that I want to beat you up over, I guess. Sure. You've consistently referred to, and I know Claremont quite well, you've consistently referred to multifamilies. This applies to any property. Am I wrong in that?
Correct, Representative.
Okay. And so, if the goal is to get some of those dreadful properties that need to be fixed back on the market, and you seem to have a great faith in humanity here, in that I want my CO, and I've done my work, and the tax, to use Representative Howland's example, we've now crossed the timeline, and I got a tax bill due. I'm trying to pay my vendors, and before you'll issue me the CO so I can get my last payment from the bank, I got to pay the back taxes on it. You said you would expect that that's reasonable, but that's not what it's possible. Just hear me out on this. It's possible that there's a building inspector out there someplace who may be a jerk. And it's possible that there's a select board in a small town someplace who may just not like you. So this is my concern, is we have no guarantee that people are going to be reasonable. We certainly hope that there are, but can you tell me why I shouldn't worry about those things?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. I think everyone should worry about those things, because it is concerning that someone would, and I agree, there are probably people out there that probably have that degree of animosity against somebody or a company or whatever. But then that person shouldn't be working where they're at.
I think that's a conversation for municipal and county. All right. Thank you for your testimony. Much appreciated. Matt Mabry.
Good morning, Chairman and committee members. My name is Matt Mayberry. I'm the CEO of the New Hampshire Home Builders Association. It's a great day to be in New Hampshire. Thank you for your time. We oppose 1654. Please vote it as ITL. The municipalities currently have levers in which they can collect back taxes. They can foreclose on a property. They can send it to auction. They can sell those tax liens against a property. This equates to white-collar coercion. Because think of it going out. You have a new development of 8 homes, and the municipality says, great, we think it's going to be worth this amount in property taxes. Before we give you your certificate of occupancy for new builds, you have to pay all those back taxes. What? The current tax bill, not the back tax, the current tax bill for its due. Municipalities, as I'm sure all of you know, can place a lien on a property that must be satisfied upon the conveyance of that. If you build a home and the town says your developer, owes $10,000, there's a tax lien on that deed. When you go to buy that property, that's one of the first things that get paid on the HUD statement. The towns also can charge interest on any past due taxes. They're not losing money. It's probably at a better rate than what they're invested in right now. Exactly. So this just kind of muddies the muddy water already. There's no need for this. I don't see a need for it, but it can be used as a weapon by municipalities against developers, against rehabs, because sometimes every penny counts. So please vote ITL. We don't need this. There's already mechanisms in place to protect municipalities and to collect back taxes. I don't see where we need this.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
I don't see any questions.
Thank you, sir.
Simon Thompson. Welcome to House Housing.
I know. I didn't know I was going to be.
And I don't see an opinion on here. Are you going to tell us where you
I'll tell you
stand?
what. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Simon Thompson. I'm a lobbyist with Sheehan Finney Capital Group, and I'm here on behalf of one of my clients, the Electrical Contractor Business Association. So my members are electricians working out in all of their communities. I am neutral on the bill. I understand the sponsors' desires here. And we are neutral, but what I wanted to do was just bring up a concern that we do have with the bill and just use a story to explain that. I have a member who works oftentimes in Massachusetts, and I do believe there's some towns down there that do require this. And this is the situation. The client was a landlord. The home the owner did not live in. They lived in a different property. They notified the town many times. They have records of them notifying the town that their address is not the residence, the actual location of the building. They actually rent that building. And so they were not properly notified that they owed back taxes. The letters were going to the home, and the tenants were just throwing them away and not notifying the landlord. There was an emergency situation due to a snowstorm where they had to, my member had to connect service back to the home. So it was a very time-sensitive matter, and they were not able to get a permit because these taxes were owed. So I guess what we would say is if this bill does move forward, is to really shore it up with some boots and suspenders type language that made sure that proper notification from the town to the owner about the back taxes owed would be put into the bill to just make sure that type of a situation could be avoided. So again, not opposed to the bill, not supportive of the bill, but that was just a concern we had.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here to testify on HB 1654? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on HB 1654, and we're in recess for like 8 minutes or so. All right, the time is 11:30. I'm going to open up the public hearing on HB 1660 and recognize the prime sponsor, Representative Vayu. Welcome to House Housing.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and the Housing Committee. For the record, my name is Dan Vayu. I represent Hillsborough District 34 in Amherst. I want to talk a little bit about HB 1660. One of the bigged motives that kind of inspired me to do this is when I ran originally back in 2018, one of my issues was the implications of an aging population. New Hampshire is one of the three oldest states in the country. And there's a lot of policy implications that go along with that. And one of the biggest is housing. The average age of people in New Hampshire is 43, which is, I think it's second or third in the country. I know in Amherst, almost 25% of the town is 65 or older. So this comes with a lot of implications around housing. If we focus strictly on single-family homes, which we seem to be focused on primarily nowadays, we create the potential for a serious housing mismatch. Seniors right now are aging in place, not necessarily because they want to. 15 to 30% express that they would like to move someplace else, downsize into a more appropriate housing situation, but they can't. They're stuck in their homes. They have low interest rates. They can't afford to buy back into the market someplace else. So they're aging in place, and that tends to tie up housing that should go to younger people starting families in New Hampshire. One of the major inspirations for me was a place called Parker's Place in Amherst. It's a 42-unit apartment complex that's 55 and older, and 50% of it is reserved for affordable housing. And that place is full. And it was something that took years to develop and took a long time to get the town on board and to get the permitting and everything in place. But it's been extremely popular, and it's a full facility. So I started looking at how do we create the right kind of housing for New Hampshire? How do we identify what we need in various towns? With aging communities, we can't just keep building single-family homes, 4,000 square feet, because it's a tight mismatch. People need smaller housing, condos, condexes, apartment places, apartment buildings, garden-style apartments, things that are more appropriate, long-term care facilities, continuing care facilities where you go in completely independent, and as your needs increase, you move up to assisted living and maybe nursing care at some point. Those are facilities that tend to be larger in scale and require more resources and bigger investments. And they're also kind of scary for developers because they may not have the profit margin that they need. There needs to be some kind of incentive to open up the door to these things. And that's how I came up with the credit enhancement agreement. When I was in grad school in Bangor at the University of Maine, I did an internship with the city of Bangor one summer, and they were developing, there was a brownfield site on Union Street, and it had sat for years, and it was just a blight on the community, and there was nothing they could do with it. So they used a credit enhancement agreement to entice Hannaford Supermarket to do the site work. It helped offset some of their costs and help them keep the site from being dangerous. They put down materials that kept the leachate from coming up through the soil, and it was an investment that couldn't have been made without some kind of incentive from the city, because it was too expensive and too costly and too risky. So what a credit enhancement agreement is when you develop land, when you put a house on it, you increase the value of that property, which creates a tax increment. There's the taxation that exists before it's developed and the taxation that exists after it's developed. And that margin is called the tax increment. So you would take a piece of that from the community, up to 50%, and offer it back to the developer to develop the kind of housing that the community needs, probably in a place where it needs to be. which could be vacant lots. It could be an area of town where it's appropriate. It could be someplace that's accessible to services like sewer and fire and emergency services. And a big part of this bill is, I mean, it's a big bill. I know I've had discussions about how complex it seems to be, but a big part of this bill is just putting the guardrails on that money. I treated it like a bond, even though it doesn't cost anything for the city. They're still choosing to not take money in. And with seniors, that may not be all that consequential. They tend to require less services, maybe a little more on the emergency services side, but for the most part, they're not putting kids in school. They're not taking advantage. They're not driving as much. They tend to cost less, and they've been around a long time and they deserve some kind of a little bit of a break. I'm not going to get too much into the weeds on this. I know you probably have a lot of questions, and I'd rather save time for that. So.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. I have a question. Okay. Because the municipality is collecting less in taxes if they do a CEA.
Yep. Credit enhancement agreement.
That means the taxes are being made up by others in the town or municipality that don't happen to live in that area that the CEA is. So wouldn't it just raise taxes on other people in the town that could also be elderly people?
Not necessarily, because the 50% of the taxes that are being paid in, in accounting, you talk about contributory costs or contributory revenue. It may not by itself pay for itself, but in context of everything else, then it's probably providing more in revenue than it's costing. Most of these would be density complexes that don't take up a lot of area but generate a lot of revenue. So would have a lot of tax potential. And right now we have what are called TIF districts, where up to 100% of the tax increment can be put towards bonding for infrastructure and resources. This would be only 50%, but it could also be combined with a TIF district. So to create a mixed use where you have a mix commercial and housing, I imagine it like where you have shops on the first floor and then housing behind and above, which creates kind of a one-stop shop for seniors to.
Could you explain to me how this is going to be different from TIF?
From a TIF? A TIF is, right now, it can only be put, if you take that tax increment, you take up to 100% of it, it can only be put towards infrastructure improvements. So if there's a need for a new fire station, or if there's a need to extend sewer or water lines, or underground cabling for electricity, only those are the only purposes that it can be used for. Right now, this creates, and those usually go, the TIF proceeds usually go towards paying down debt service on bonds. This would be direct payments back to the developer. So we hear all the time that developers don't want to build anything that's less than 4,000 square feet because it's not profitable for them. It takes a lot of work, it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of effort to get the permitting, so many requirements. This would be, it's a tool. Municipalities don't have to participate if it's not right for them. The voters don't have to vote in favor of it. This would require a supermajority, just like a bond. So that's the major difference between a CEA and a TIF. Just who gets the money. And one of the things that a credit enhancement agreement would require is that the developer or the operator still be in place. It can't be for condos where they're sold off individually, because that would be a nightmare trying to figure out who gets a tax break within the condo complex and who, So this would require that it'd be a rental property, and there's a lot of guardrails on how long it would have to stay in compliance, how long it would have to be senior housing, how long it would have to offer these services, and penalties if they violate the process.
Thank you. Representative Howland? All right. Any other questions? I don't see any.
All right.
Thank
that was
you.
easy.
Nick Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Nick Taylor, the Director of Housing Action New Hampshire. We're here in support of this proposal, and we thank the representative for bringing it forward. Some of the things have been discussed around TIF districts. It also operates similarly to the 79E community revitalization program that we have in New Hampshire, where you're using that captured value as the incentive. And so, the municipalities, like was mentioned, don't have to do this, but they would really only do this if it was not going to be possible without this kind of incentive. And so that's where this question of a win-win versus who is making up the difference comes into play, is that this is really a win-win, because this would only be used in instances where things would not otherwise be on the tax rolls at all. And so this is helping make it possible for a period of time that then comes for full value back onto it as per the negotiated agreement with the developer and the municipality. The difference between 79E and TIF in this is that in both 79E and TIF, you're creating a whole district that encapsulates a number of different parcels in here. This would give you the flexibility, or a municipality the flexibility, to enter into project-specific agreements. And so that is a little bit easier for municipalities to operate and to implement, because you're not capturing this whole district. You're really targeting the areas where you want it. As was mentioned, this is heavily utilized in Maine. And so this is a tool that is not a direct appropriation from the state. It is a tool that is used on a lot of different projects when it comes to trying to make the math work and the numbers pencil for below market rate housing frequently. But, it can be written into the rules as is. And you may have seen there is testimony submitted online from Avesta Housing, who does projects in both New Hampshire and Maine, talking about how this is a big tool that they use in Maine, and it has been used successfully there. And so, we do think this is a really good idea. Obviously, there's a lot here. It's a long piece of legislation, but if the committee was interested, we'd be happy to continue to work on this, compare a little bit of some of the language in the Maine legislation, and see where there may be opportunities there. But we do think it's a win-win. It's a tool. It's not a silver bullet, but we're all in the market for trying to give folks more tools to build housing.
All right, any questions? I don't see any. Thank you. Is there anyone else here to testify on HB 1660? I don't see any. We're going to close the public hearing on 1660, and we're in recess until 1 o'clock. All right. All right, everyone. Hope everybody had a great lunch. We are back. I'm going to open up the public hearing on HB 1681. Recognize the prime sponsor. You're not the prime sponsor, are you? Prime
No.
sponsor?
Well, I should have been. I'll explain that.
Yes, I'll recognize Representative Aaron to introduce the bill. Welcome to House Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the committee, for hearing me. The bill's prime sponsor on paper is Representative George Grant, who very kindly put it in for me while I was in the hospital during the filing period, which is why I became a co-sponsor and not the prime sponsor. But it's really my bill. For the record, my name is Michael Aaron. I am the representative for Sullivan County District 8, which is made up of Ackworth, Claremont, Croydon, Goshen, Langdon, Leominster, Springfield, Sunapee, and Washington. It's big. As I said, I crafted this bill. We do have an amendment that's going around. And what this bill is trying to do is alleviate or help to alleviate the housing crisis by providing tiny home builders ways that they can do this in a proper manner. Many towns forbid tiny homes and all that. And so this bill is trying to make it easier for people to build tiny homes. And yurts. I put it in here. My original idea was that this bill would be for any kind of innovative housing structure, and we could just add to it in the future. For example, if somebody decides they're going to use an old airplane fuselage as a home, maybe this could work. One of the big things that this bill does is in section 674.81 definitions, it gives a definition of a tiny house, which is one of the things that when I talked to some of the lender people, they said because we don't have a good definition, we can't really give people a mortgage. So if we have a good definition, then it might be easier to finance. It's important to note that there are tiny homes on wheels, and yurts right now. A tiny home does not exceed 600 square feet, according to the amendment, and it complies with International Residential Code and Appendix AQ, which is specific for tiny homes. It is very clear here that it is not a trailer, not a camp trailer, not a recreational vehicle. This is going to be a dwelling unit. And the tiny house on wheels is basically just built on a trailer chassis so it can go from the factory where it's built to the dwelling site. The other thing is the yurt definition is if you know anything about the Mongolian hordes, they used to live in yurts, but this kind of a yurt is not a fur-covered circle. It's much more sturdy than that, and it has heating and cooking and sanitary facilities. It's a rigid frame, insulated walls, and so on. So it's really a dwelling. The municipality may permit an innovative housing structure to be placed on an individual house lot where single families are allowed. It can also be used as an accessory dwelling unit. Municipal inspections. When you build a stick-built house, it has to be inspected as you go along. The framing is inspected, the wiring, the plumbing, and so on. When you're building a tiny home at a factory, this bill allows for an inspector at the factory's town, municipality, to do these initial inspections and sign off on them with a certain type of certificate that gives the details, and that certificate should be acceptable to the inspector at the building site for the final certificate of occupancy. So you don't have to tear the house apart to look at the plumbing and all that while you've already put it at the dwelling site. The other thing is that the municipality may assess the tiny home for taxes. And if for some reason you have one of those tiny homes on wheels and you sell it or you move it to some other location, it is up to you, the owner of that, to let the municipality know that you moved it so that they don't charge you taxes on it anymore. But it's on the homeowner to do that. And the other thing that we found was transporting one of those tiny homes on wheels could have been a problem. So we said that if it's roadworthy, you can transport it to another site, like from the factory to the dwelling site, as long as you have either a dealer plate or a temporary plate issued by DMV. We don't want the builder to necessarily, or the homeowner to necessarily have to register this as a vehicle, as a trailer, when you're only moving it a few miles. And in the amendment, we took out the mention of gray water at the behest of DES. So that is the bill, and I will take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have questions for Representative Aaron? I do. So this is a may on line 28.
Yeah.
Is there appetite to change that to shall? Gertz?
Yeah, well, yurts are kind of a unique thing. So
Maybe we can put yurts as a may and then tiny houses as a shall.
okay, I'm okay with that.
All right. Thank you for your Representative Newell.
Just a quick question. Thank you so much for taking my question. I'm curious if you worked with, we have a variety of tiny house developers who architects who have standard, standard designs. They'll build, customized, but basic. What's the word I'm thinking of? Plans, right? I'm curious if you consulted with any of them, perhaps, just New Hampshire based, that these are in alignment with what is already being built.
I did consult with at least one, and he's here to testify.
Perfect. Thank you.
Representative Bollier.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I think this is a delightful bill, but in the spirit of the chairman's questioning, just like a minor little nitpick, which is on page 1, line 23, when it talks about a yurt, it says a rigid frame composed of wood or metal. Perhaps advances in material science, maybe a rigid frame could be made out of something that wasn't wood or metal. Maybe just strike it so it just says a rigid frame.
I'm open to that.
Okay, thank you.
It's really hard to define a yurt.
All right. No other questions. Thank you, Representative, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Michael Danis. Figured this was your bill. Call on you next. How's that sound?
I have a vested interest. See some familiar faces here, so that's great. All right. Well, thank you, Here, I'll put this up. I'm a little taller than he is. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to speak here today. Thank you for the committee for bringing this bill forward. For the record, my name is Michael Danis, and I own a couple businesses, Danis Construction Company and also Tiny Houses of New Hampshire. Both are at 658 Forest Road in Lineborough, New Hampshire. And I know several of you have been at my place of business and actually had the opportunity to tour or look at the tiny houses that we've been able to build there. I've been a building contractor for this year makes 35 years in the building business as a contractor and home builder and just recently have started the tiny house business. I just wanted to throw out a couple of quick numbers to y'all. The median home price in New Hampshire right now, according to an article I read from New Hampshire Housing, is around $560,000. To be able to afford that house, you have to make a household income of about $182,000 is what they're saying. And only about 15% of the households in the state of New Hampshire actually earn enough money to be able to buy that median price home, because the median household income in New Hampshire stands right around $96,000. So I guess I would consider that to be a housing crisis, right? I mean, I think we kind of would all agree that there is somewhat of a housing crisis here in New Hampshire. So what is it that we can do to help with this crisis, right? And I think, one, we are not a sales tax state, so that helps with the cost of housing because we're not charging sales tax on the product and materials. We're not an income tax, personal income tax. Bless you. We're not a personal income tax state, so that helps with the cost of labor, the construction, the building of houses, right? And you guys have done some things that have helped along the way here this past year with trying to chip away at the cost of housing, ADUs, opening up land, commercial property where you can build residential and commercial. I know it's Class 6 roads. I know there's going to be some changes on that, but helping to try to open up less expensive property, because we all know that, the basis of the prices of houses really starts with the cost of land in New Hampshire, especially in the southern part of New Hampshire. Land is very, very expensive. And when you start with a very expensive piece of land, you end up with a very expensive house in its place. I think this legislation helps in another way to be able to help to just chip away a little bit at the expense of houses in New Hampshire. Is this going to be a silver bullet or, that magic thing that helps bring down the prices of homes? No, it's not, for sure. It's just a small way that maybe a small group of people who would want to be able to buy a house and own the thing that they live in could possibly afford it. I mean, we're talking about, brand new homes that would all be, less than, $200,000, $180,000. Where else can you buy? You can't even buy a truck cost me $80,000 just for a pickup truck. And we're talking, to buy a brand new home that you can actually live in for, $150,000 or less. I think that that's an opportunity for some people in New Hampshire to be able to do that. I think this legislation also helps to, ease the anxiety that a lot of communities have about this type of thing, right? When I went to a planning board and talked to them about tiny houses, one of the older gentlemen on the planning board, we don't want a trailer park in this town. That's what they think. But, I think some of you have seen what we can actually produce, and I don't consider them to be like trailer park kind of trailers. I mean, they're pretty swanky and they can be really, really nicely finished inside. So I think, this is going to help the communities knowing that they're going to be inspected. They're going to meet all the building code regulations. The plumbing and electrical are all done by licensed contractors. We meet all the energy code standards, life safety standards. So knowing that, I think it helps to put the communities at ease a little bit. So, I'm certainly in favor of this legislation. And I think, the reason I started this business was not necessarily because of the prices of housing, but it's kind of turned into this maybe a little bit more of a crusade that we can maybe play a part in helping with the high cost of housing in New Hampshire. So I'm certainly for the bill, and I would entertain any questions that anybody has, or if you want to know more about tiny houses. So
Thank you, Mr. Danis. Representative Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. And thank you for getting into tiny houses. I think it's a great idea. I had a couple of questions. My first one is, you said that you just recently got into building tiny houses. Have you had any experiences with roadblocks in different communities or, barriers to being able to build them in different places?
Yes, it was funny because I had a client in Londonderry, and her father was going to possibly sell his house and wanted to move onto their property, and they were talking about, they knew I was building tiny houses, and she was talking about maybe we could get one and my dad could live there. So I contacted the town hall, and the Londonderry inspector was like, "Oh, we don't allow those here." Right out of the gate, we don't allow those here. So then I talked to him more and was talking to him about what we do and how we build them and how I have them inspected by the building inspector. And, oh, geez, I didn't realize that. So I think just the knee-jerk reaction of a lot of communities is, we don't allow, trailer parks, so they have kind of a little bit of a knee-jerk reaction at this point because they really don't. They don't have that confidence that we're trying to do the right thing. We're building them with the same construction materials, the same standards. I build huge additions, $500,000-$600,000 additions. I'm building them with the same products and the same standards that I do for those $500,000 projects on people's homes. We're not cutting corners. We're not building them cheap. And so I think hopefully that's going to change. But yes, the knee-jerk reaction right now would be, not in my town. So
Quick follow-up. Okay. And I'm just wondering, particularly because you said the knee-jerk reaction being we don't want trailer homes. Are you building stationary tiny houses on wheels, or are you doing both?
So as a building contractor, obviously I can do both. My primary goal is to get into building more tiny houses on wheels. I think the flexibility there for people that would purchase them, just thinking as a younger person who doesn't own a home. Obviously I'm older. I own a home. I live in New Ipswich, New Hampshire, so I don't live in Lineborough. I actually live in New Ipswich, New Hampshire. But as a person who owns a home and all of that, it's hard to think outside the box sometimes, someone who doesn't own a home, for them to be able to buy one, maybe put it somewhere where they have to rent a spot for a little while, but then they buy a piece of land, they could move it onto their piece of land, and maybe they could build their forever home, and they could have it where, mom or dad or somebody could stay in the tiny house. So I'm just thinking, that evolution would allow a lot more flexibility for someone maybe stepping into something like that. So that's my goal.
Thanks.
Representative Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I also am a big supporter of this concept. Are you familiar with the incident saga from about 10 years ago in the town of Lee, where a veteran who had experienced homelessness himself had purchased a piece of land and tried to do tiny homes for homeless vets, and the town took him to task for years and years and basically drained him dry until he actually eventually died. Are you familiar with that incident? And
I am
do
not,
you have
no. I am
okay.
not, no.
Would you believe?
I totally believe it. Yes, I totally believe it.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. Good to see you.
Thank you, guys.
Sean Toomey.
Good afternoon. Sean Toomey, State Fire Marshal, for the record. Thank you for allowing me to speak for a couple minutes. I had the opportunity late in the game a little bit to reach out to Representative Grant and talk to Representative Aaron briefly this morning, but this afternoon, I'm sorry. Just trying to clean up a couple little things to get this aligned well with the fire code, the building code, and our current modular code. The amendment does some of that. I think we're trying to maybe say OLS missed some of it, but I wanted to make sure we got the 600 square feet to align with what we already did in the state. I think as we look through it on the first page, line 13, where it talks about the 21 International Residential Code, we have separate legislation this session to go to the 24 edition, so I think we should reference the state building code. The other thing I just want to be careful with when we look at page 2, lines 6 to 20, where it talks about the inspection process, that closely resembles our inspection process for the modular program. And if we mess with the modular program too much, it'll impact our some of the federal loan stuff that's tied to that. And where it talks on line 8, where it talks about modular, pre-manufactured, and factory built residential, I think the last thing we want to do is impact another program we have in the state. So I guess my only ask is, and I think I talked to the two of the prime sponsors, I guess, this morning, is just provide a few more comments to try to tune this up. And I think it would be good so that we're not impacting our other current programs that seem to be working pretty well. The last thing we want to do is, mess those up. I think one huge win in our mind is the ICC MBI standard 1200 and 1205 is something that we've been looking at for the last 2 years to try to bring into our modular program. So bringing it in as part of this program and then tying it into the modular will be great. So happy to answer any questions, but if you can afford me the opportunity to work with the sponsor and Mike behind us to learn a little bit more how we can get some tiny homes into New Hampshire, I'm happy to do that. So thank you.
I love it. If you could do that and send a red line to make sure that this gets cleaned up, that would be great.
Happy to
That
do
would be
that.
helpful for
Yep.
us. I don't see any other questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Phil Throbridge.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Philip Trowbridge. I'm the manager of land resources at Department of Environmental Services. The department has a very narrow interest in this bill, and it deals, we just want to make sure that the wastewater that's generated by tiny houses is properly handled. The bill as introduced referenced gray water systems and composting toilets as the only reference to wastewater. Those two systems are not very common and also lack a regulatory structure. Most applications for these tiny houses would be using septic systems or connections to municipal sewer. So we suggested some amendments to the sponsors, and they were generous enough to add them into their amendment that Representative Aaron introduced. The red line version I'm handing out is, matches what Representative Aaron introduced for an amendment. We just wanted a reference to the needing to follow the laws and rules regarding wastewater, and recognizing that there may be a need for some customized regulations regarding innovative housing structures. There's a requirement for the department to write rules for wastewater, specifically for these types of innovative housing systems.
Great. So so from what I'm understanding, the amendment that Representative Aaron handed out gets DES to neutral.
Correct.
And to follow up, I won't see DES testifying against this bill if it makes it to the Senate, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your testimony.
All right. Thank you.
Scott Tenney.
Good afternoon, everyone. Scott Tenney, representing the New Hampshire Building Officials Association. I'll try to keep this brief. Fire Marshal Toomey already hit on some of the points that I wanted to speak to. I will say we filled out the cards stating we are opposed to this bill, but not the premise of the bill, just more the language involved. There are some language issues we would like to resolve. Namely, there's a handful of definitions that aren't necessarily in compliance with the current state building code that we believe could be cleaned up. As Fire Marshal Toomey mentioned, there's a code reference in this language that we would like to see changed to reflect the actual state building code. So when we update the state building code, we don't have to go back and re-amend this RSA if it comes to fruition. And as well as directing the State Building Code Review Board to create amendments in this proposed bill for various plumbing issues, as well as what DES just testified. And similarly, there was a question and comment earlier about line 23 and compliance with the building materials. That could be changed to, say, off the top of my head, something along the line of in compliance with current state building code, building materials, and what have you. As technology changes, the building code will change, and that will also bring into fruition some of those newer technologies and materials. But generally speaking, we would like the opportunity to work with the sponsor and various members. I know Fire Marshal Toomey and Chair Sherman from the State Building Code Review Board have been in contact, and as well as my association. We would like to hold on to this bill and work on some of that language, get it cleaned up, make it more compliant with the state building code, and get all the parties involved. Other than that, that's really all I have for our testimony on this individual bill.
Thank you, Mr. Tenney, for your testimony. We'll hold on to this bill for 2 weeks, and we'll exec it on March 3rd. So if you could send us your feedback, that's as long as I'll hold on to it.
So
And that goes for anybody else that had feedback.
And quite frankly, we should have this to you by the end of the week if all goes well.
I love it. Any other questions? Representative Reed.
Thank you for taking my question, and you're probably not the right person to ask, but I want to get this out because I want to understand. Does this also cover, to your understanding of the language, Quonsets and expandable prefabs, if you are familiar with either of those?
I am familiar with them. Based on the language, I would say no. But I don't, to be quite frank, I would have to dive into the bill and the amendment further in order to provide a more reasonable response.
Okay.
But as I read it today, I would say no, it does not include those structures.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And would you foresee any opposition if it did include those structures?
It's difficult to say. Offhand, I would say no, provided that we can show compliance with the appropriate building code, structural, wind, snow load stabilities.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you.
Very good.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here to testify on HB 1681? I don't see any. We're going to close the public hearing on that bill, 1681. And we have 2 minutes. Representative Sweeney, I don't have a pink card from you. Thank you. Slacking. And Representative Bollier, can you do me a favor and introduce Bill HB whatever Sweeney's second bill is
The 2 o'clock bill.
at 2 o'clock.
I got a meeting at the State House after this one that I gotta get to.
And so if you could fill out a pink card, I would, but otherwise that would mean that Ellen Reed's chair and we can't have that. So
If it pleases the chair, may I sit down before the hearing? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I spoke with a woman named Corinne in Maine, who's tiny homes in Maine. I didn't realize there was tiny homes in Maine. I'm sure I would have called you. It's just somebody knew her, a friend of a friend kind of thing. So, you know, we wanted to get people around. No, that's awesome. Let me know if it's in person. See it. Very good, very good. Oh, sure.
All right, the time being 1:30, I'm going to open up the public hearing on HB 1588 and recognize somebody that I haven't seen before, Representative Sweeney. Welcome to House Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's great to meet you for the first time today. For the record, I'm Representative Joe Sweeney. I represent Rockingham 25, which is the town of Salem. I'm honored to introduce House Bill 1588, establishing special assessment districts and expands the Housing Infrastructure Grant Program to allow for municipal upgrades linked to new housing and making an appropriation therefore. I want to be fully transparent with the House Housing Committee. I had a separate bill that dealt with special assessment districts that is currently held by municipal and county government. I'm not sure what their disposition on it is. And truthfully, I'm not sure if I intended for this bill to also have the special assessment district provision, or if my wires got crossed while I was working with OLS on the bills that I was introducing. So I do want to speak briefly on the special assessment districts, which the theory of what I was proposing is that within a new development, allowing there to be a special assessment just on the properties in that development to pay for the infrastructure upgrades related with the development. So whether that's the roads, sidewalks, the water infrastructure, even parking facilities. There are a few vehicles in state government, and this was one of the conversations we had with municipal and county government committee that would allow for that sort of activity currently. But to me, it's just not as clear cut and crystal. There's TIF financing that some municipalities will use. But this was really just the special assessment portion is really just saying, you know, a developer is coming in and they're redeveloping 50 acres. It needs public infrastructure investment in order for it to work. They want to be able to utilize the municipal bond rate and financing that the local municipality has access to, instead of going out to private financing to construct the public infrastructure. And then they could just get that special assessment on their properties and pay it off over the course of a 10 or 20-year bond. But for this conversation, for the bill testimony, I don't want to focus on the special assessment district. The main meat of the bill that I want to talk to you about today is sections 2, 3, and 4, with sections 2 and 3 being the Housing Infrastructure Municipal Grant Program. And then it establishes, and it's very important for section 3, the sum of $1 for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2027 is hereby appropriated to the Department of Business and Economic Affairs for the purpose of providing grants for sewer, water, and road upgrades for new housing units under its Housing Infrastructure Municipal Grant Program. The governor is authorized to draw a warrant for said sums out of any money in the treasury not otherwise appropriated. And this language was the work back and forth between me and OLS to set up the policy that when the state sells land that we weren't planning on selling in the 2-year budget, when that land is sold, the revenue the state gets from that land, if we don't have another plan for it, goes into the Housing Infrastructure Fund to pay for pipes, roads, those one-time expenses, because we got one-time revenue coming in, and this just locks it in for one-time expenses going out that could aid in the development of new housing. So that's really I've said a lot today, and I didn't have a written testimony just to get to that point where I want to make it so that going forward, if there's not a specific line item in another bill or in the state budget that says we're going to sell this land for this purpose, if the state goes and starts selling land, then the funds will be used for this Housing Infrastructure Grant Program administered by BEA. That's what I'd be looking for out of this bill. I'm happy to take any questions because you guys are one of my favorite committees. I love talking to y'all.
Also our favorite.
Thank you, Representative Sweeney.
I do say that to everybody and play the game.
Are there any questions for Representative Sweeney? Representative Bollier.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for taking my question. I'm very excited about this bill because I think this is a really, really, really clever way of kind of solving two problems. One with, creating additional housing infrastructure, but also not, shifting that burden onto existing residents. So actually, I really do like this special assessment district idea. I see in here, I think it's on page 2, line 13 for the dissolution. So upon repayment of all obligations by earlier vote, the district can be dissolved. I'm thinking, and I could be wrong, but I think other states have special tax assessment districts just to provide for municipal infrastructure. And sometimes those districts are permanent because maybe they're in an area that's not easy to deal with, or maybe just a neighboring municipality doesn't want to take those obligations on. Is there any thinking or appetite for maybe an option for making these permanent, or maybe just compare and contrast what you know about these special assessment districts with what you know about how other states handle the same problem?
It's a phenomenal question. And actually, I had a lot of thought back and forth internally as to how we should do it. Should it be limited to the lifestyle of the bond, or should it be a permanent funding that can help continue to fund operations within that district? I opted to say it would be dissolved over time and not be permanent, because there's going to be the initial cost of building up the services, installing sidewalks, roads, pipes, parking garages, and whatnot. And then if those are still municipally maintained after the 20-year bond payment is done, the base tax revenue from that area, in my mind, would be supporting the maintenance of that infrastructure, because they still have the base property tax rate, right? If their property taxes are paying, if everybody in the town is paying $15 per thousand on their total property tax bill, this special assessment is going to be, 40 cents, 50 cents on top of the properties in that district. But then over the course of that 20 years, they're still paying the base amount. So they're paying that slightly higher rate to help fund the infrastructure investment in that district. But then their base property taxes are still going out on the municipal side to support their infrastructure, police and fire, on the school side supporting the schools and whatnot. So that's why I went with, we're going to tie this to the bonds, because I also don't want to see, I wouldn't want to see a town say, hey, we're going to have this new development and they're going to pay the special assessment forever, and they're going to offset the cost for us to live in this town too. Because I think there's a tax fairness and a constitutionality issue there. If though there was demonstrated ongoing costs to the municipality over and above what would typically have, and I'm not sure what that scenario would be, you could make the argument, this is a great philosophical debate, you can make the argument for a longer term district. For what I've limited the uses of it to, I thought the 20-year thing was there. But if you wanted to make it so that, okay, this is all about stuff that's being built, if we want to expand it and say, we're going to have this development in the town and we're going to need 4 more police officers and 2 more firefighters to help maintain it, beyond what the scale of it, then you're going down a path of having a longer term deal needed, because those are perpetual costs. And I think it would have to be something that would be worked out between the town and the developer, because certainly there's going to be a threshold where a developer's saying, I'm not building if you're going to throw all these costs on me through a special assessment. It has to be something that has a public-private partnership build out to it. So long answer with no definitive answer for you, but along the lines of what I was thinking when I was drafting it.
Follow up. Yeah, no, I mean, and I appreciate that candor. I mean, I definitely see the wisdom in limiting it to an amount of time so we don't have a patchwork of special assessment districts with all these different tax rates and stuff like that. So just another follow-up question. So currently, towns can impose impact fees. So if you have an impact fee coupled with a special assessment district, is there some kind of safeguard to where there's not 2 bites at the apple? Say, look, we're doing this special assessment, and because we're doing that, you can't also get an impact fee that's supposed to cover the exact same thing.
Thank you for the question. And it was actually a question that came up in municipal and county as well. My view of it is towns use impact fees as to how it's going to impact off-site infrastructure relating to the development. So it's increasing traffic on a main road that already exists. The special assessment is going to be for infrastructure within the development. And that might need clearer guardrails in the definition of it. But it's so that, this road system, these pipes, this parking, it doesn't exist currently, and we're going to build it to enable the development. The impact fee is separate because it's, this is how it's impacting the rest of the town in the area. They got recreation, public safety, what have you for impact fees. So I do view it as 2 separate vehicles. Obviously, I would urge every town to use restraint, because if you're going to, it'll fall to market economics where, if you're throwing up the heaviest impact fee you can, and then you're also pursuing a special assessment district without the developer's buy-in or coordination on it, which would be tough to do because it's within their project that you're talking about, it would make it difficult for a developer to say, I'm going to do business in your town versus finding another town to do it with. So I would urge caution for them to use the different tools they have wisely.
Yeah, and Representative, typically impact fees are used on like new services in town too. So like a new pickleball court or something like something additional adding. So that makes sense. Representative Thaxton.
Well, on that note, my looking at this was, it led me to believe that your proposed special assessment is different from an impact fee. There's a lot of hoops that a town has to go through to charge an impact fee. And you can't just say, okay, we're going to have an impact fee. You have to have a plan, you have to vote on it at a town meeting or whatever your format is. You have to have a capital improvement plan, which most towns, I think I can safely say, do not. Whereas my understanding is none of those restraints are on this. Is that true or not true?
So, fantastic question. None of those restraints are on this, and I really do see. And I'm not going to like jump to scenarios that could potentially play out, but let's say your municipality had a large racetrack that was no longer going to be a racetrack, and a developer bought it up, and they're going to start developing it, and they have their own master plan that they have, and within it, there's going to be a lot of roads, a lot of parking structures, a lot of things that look like public infrastructure that's just being borne by the developer at private financing rates typically, and it just makes it difficult for them to pencil out their projects. This is just going to be a tool in which the towns could either reach out to the developer and say, we want to use a special assessment in your development to help, you need more parking, you need more roadways, you need pipes. We want to do that. Or the developer, which I think would be the more likely scenario, is the developer reaches out to the town saying, hey, we have this ability to do a special assessment in the state. I need to build roads, I need to build pipelines, I need to build parking that can help lay out the infrastructure needed to build it. And the developer would say, I'm willing to pay for it, but I want to pay for it via this special assessment that repays your debt service because towns get better rates on financing.
And just to follow up, going back to my original point, none of which involves the complexity of the town impact fee.
Correct.
So it's a much easier, more practical program for a developer.
That is a great way to describe it. Thank you.
Representative Reed.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. So I think both pieces of the bill, even though maybe you didn't intend for them to be together, make sense on the surface. I think you can expect that I especially like the second part, but two questions in regards to the first part. Because as a committee, we are very familiar with towns getting creative in their ways of denying development. And I'm particularly concerned about individuals who might want to develop their own land just for their own home and maybe an ADU. Can you see this being abused in any kind of way to specifically prevent certain developments or certain types of developments or certain people that they don't like?
It's a phenomenal question. Yeah, I think there's a substantial amount of the local electorate that needs to support it as a safeguard that this isn't going to be, you're not going to have 3 members of a board of selectmen say, hey, we're doing this because we don't want XYZ to come in. It has to be presented and thought out and pretty thorough to where the municipality is going to have support for it. And to the point that you raised, and part of my argument for just special assessment districts is we hear all the time from municipalities, oh, we're not opposed to development. We're just opposed to the cost that it incurs to us. So, okay, we're going to give you a tool to recover those costs so that you can be yes everywhere. But I'm always concerned about every time you build something good, what are you enabling for something bad to happen that's anti what we're trying to do here?
Thank you. And I do get that. And I did see the 2/3. And I'm actually drawing back to the previous bill where I brought up the issue of a town that had mercilessly gone off after one person who was trying to build a charity that gave tiny homes to homeless veterans. And in that case, or in other cases where we see a lot of people come to the planning board meetings and really upset, you might get 2/3. And so then you end up with that age-old question of local control versus rights. And I'm just wondering if you can foresee, and I'm not saying it definitely does, I'm particularly worried about individuals who are just trying to do something small kind of being punitively kind of pushed out by a certain cadre of the town.
Phenomenal question too, and I'm trying to bring it back to if we're thinking about infill development like ADUs or like single family to duplex conversions, I don't see a special assessment district working because it's not one, clear piece of land. It's really going to be designed to either, brown fields or green fields that just haven't been touched, or, maybe you have a commercial strip in your town that has a ton of parking lots that are going to convert into housing over years with the new residential and commercial law. And that's where this would be played if you were to put a special assessment district. And then it also has to tie back to what project is it funding. So you can't just say, we're putting a special assessment district on your property to pay for the high school. It has to tie back to what actual project is the special assessment paying for. And I think that might be another set of guardrails to prevent it getting away from us.
I do know that the representative has to leave soon, so if we can, are there questions that we can ask?
I just have to leave at 2 to be at the State House for
All right.
2:15. So.
And thank you for taking my last question. And to your point, I do think overall it makes a lot of sense. I'm wary from being on this committee for a long time. And I think the school thing was particularly like they could kind of nebulously.
Yep.
But let me go to the second part, which I think is a great idea. And I just want to ask if you had considered or would consider the idea of a little bit more direction to the Department of Business and Economic Affairs for which types of projects they might prioritize specifically regarding affordable developments.
Absolutely. So I was actually, in my mind, I was thinking of it more as our own version of what other states do. And I know like Mass has MassWorks, where they'll have infrastructure funds available to developers. They just use they have a formula as to how they utilize it. I think building a more straightforward program and saying, all right, BEA is going to partner with these groups to bring this infrastructure in. I'm good with more structure.
Representative Bollier.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for taking another follow-up. This one should be pretty brief. So just going back to Representative Reed's point about a situation where maybe this could be wielded in ways that were not necessarily intended, maybe under page 2, I think it starts on line 3, where it talks about the procedure to establish a district, maybe possibly if it's going to be tied to a project, include the consent of the property owners. I mean, presumably if it's one big parcel or something like that, you get buy-in from that property owner, and then that would foreclose the thing that Representative Reed's concerned about.
I think
mess anything up?
I think that's very smart, because in my mind when I was writing this up, I was like, this is going to be a developer coming to a town and saying we want to do this. So from my standpoint, it would always be developer driven. But there could be entities out there that want to be, we're going to put this on you whether you like it or not, and I think we need a guardrail for that. So I think that would be great. Some sort of and so I represent Salem. We have the Tuscan Village redevelopment that's continually ongoing. There's been a memorandum of understanding between the town and the developer for the offsite improvements that have had to happen beyond impact fees. And so municipalities can do that today, where they have a memorandum between a developer and the town, especially when it's a large redevelopment, and making this subject to a memorandum between the developer and the town so that you're coordinating the projects, I think makes a lot of sense.
I think this is a very creative evolution from our Housing Champion program. I think this is really creative.
One could say that.
All right. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
The chair recognizes Nick Taylor. Welcome again, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Nick Taylor, Director of Housing Action New Hampshire. We're here in support of this proposal. As with the credit enhancement agreement conversation this morning, we're all in favor of more tools in the toolbox for communities that want to be part of the solution, that want to be pro-business, that want to be pro-housing, giving them the flexibility to make that happen where it works for them. I want to bring one thing forward around the amount of infrastructure in New Hampshire. The zoning atlas at St. Anselm College added their water and sewer data layer onto it, and they found that only about 12% of New Hampshire's buildable land has water or sewer infrastructure. Only about 5.5% have both. So there is clearly a need for some mechanisms that allow for communities that want to expand infrastructure to do that, as well as the aging infrastructure that needs to be upgraded. I do, if the committee is sounding favorable to this, it looks like they want to move some things forward. I do want to bring your attention that I think OLS may have gotten tripped up when they were writing this, and that Chapter 52-A is the existing special assessment district. This is creating a new chapter, which would be 162, whatever, chapter 162. And so I would just encourage the committee to make sure those two things mesh together, because that would lead to some potential confusion. And Representative Bolio, like, one of the things that's in the existing special assessment district is that piece that you were talking about, where 50% of property owners that would be in a district need to agree to have the district implemented in them. So a previous legislature did consider some of this as well. So I would just encourage the committee to make sure those two things work together if we're going to move forward with this, but support the proposal.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Taylor? Seeing none. The chair calls Matt Mayberry. Welcome again, Matt Mayberry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee. My name is Matt Mayberry, CEO of the New Hampshire Home Builders. We love this idea. Yes, please. We asked a couple of little things that we heard from the comments. Please don't consider making it a permanent assessment area, because it should go back in, integrated back in with a regular municipality for all those functions thereof. One thing that, only because I was approached by a member of our federal delegation, a benefit to having this infrastructure zone is that it allows you to apply and receive federal infrastructure grants. It can't go to an individual builder, it has to go through a municipality. So if you had that district assessment, you can then qualify for infrastructure grants, which I just got the call for last week. So it's very real. But please support this. Thank you for your time. And any questions or comments?
Thank you so much. Any questions, Rep. Bollier?
Yep, thank you, and thank you for taking my question. So I guess my question, with the existing special assessment districts and then this new special assessment district, is there possibly maybe like a different name that we could use for special assessment districts for this version if this becomes law? That way people don't get confused with the other one.
Great question. And luckily, all of you are smarter than me. It could be a housing enterprise zone, a housing opportunity zone. It could be, things along those areas. But I'm very confident the legislative body can think much better than I can.
Thank you for your testimony. Any
My pleasure.
questions? Oh, any other questions? I don't see any. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that it?
That's our last pink card.
All right. Is there anyone else here to testify on HB 1588? I don't see any. We're going to close the public hearing on 1588, and we are in recess for 7 minutes. All right, the time being 2:00, I'm going to open up the public hearing on HB 1652 and recognize Representative Bollier to introduce the bill.
Thank
Welcome
you,
to
Mr.
House Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I am Representative Calvin Bollier, and it is my absolute pleasure today to be in front of the Housing Committee to represent House Bill 1652-FN on behalf of Representative Sweeney. This is an act relative to expedited permitting and third-party inspections for residential and minor home improvements, and I will not be taking any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Representative. I would like to now call on Matt Mayberry.
Thank you, Chairman and Committee. Matt Mayberry, CEO of the New Hampshire Home Builders. We support this measure with an asterisk, please. We would ask you to please consider going from $100,000, which is a very substantial renovation. That's an addition on your house. And pull that down to $50,000, which kind of equates to redoing a bathroom or a kitchen and some flooring. We'd also ask you to please consider going from the 2 business day response on the municipality. And normally Brody and I are in disagreement on this stuff, but from a practical purpose, 2 business days is really hard. Sometimes I can't even return a phone call in 2 business days. What I ask is that I think it's in here, or if you would change it to 10 business days, that'll account for someone's vacation time. So if you please consider those 2 minor adjustments, the home builders would be 100% behind it.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Reed.
Thank you for taking my question. Would you all be okay with us taking our time with this and maybe doing something about it next year?
Yes, please.
All right. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
Scott Tenney.
Oh, good afternoon again. Scott Tenney with the New Hampshire Building Officials Association. Initially, I have a 3-page list of some of our concerns with this bill, but Mr. Mayberry already hit on 2 of them. One, the 2 business days from a municipal standpoint is really short. It doesn't account for days off, even just a couple weeks ago, weather closures, anything of that nature. Hearing the comment asking to hold on to it and work on an interim study, we are absolutely on board with that if possible. I'm glad to reach out to the sponsor of the bill, both Chairman Sherman from the Building Code Review Board, myself, one of my association members. We've been emailing and communication back and forth regarding this, and that's where my list came from today. But we would appreciate the opportunity to work collectively and gather all interested parties, including the Home Builders Association and what have you. For those of you that were here last year, we did an immense amount of work on SB 188, which promulgated a lot of this bill that's being amended. So, if possible, we'd like to, I know I'm on record as opposing the bill, but that's as it's currently written. So if we can move it to interim study and then potentially work on it over the course of time with some interested parties, I think we can come back and have a substantial improvement to this as it stands.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
I don't see any questions. Thank you. Catherine Kusick.
Oh, did you leave the mic on? Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Alexander and honorable members of the committee. My name is Catherine Cusack, and I'm here representing Clean Energy New Hampshire. I'm here to respectfully recommend House Bill 1652 to interim study, consistent with the outcome of House Bill 1271, a similar yet slightly less comprehensive bill, as that one only applied to solar. We imagine a future where simple low-risk projects like solar and battery storage, but also windows, roofing, siding, can be done through an automated virtual permitting process. And dozens of jurisdictions across the country have already been doing this safely. And there's independent research that shows that remote virtual inspections can be as safe, if not safer, than on-site inspections. And so the real benefit here is for homeowners, contractors, and local code enforcement officials. And that being said, after talking directly to members of the code enforcement community here in New Hampshire, we do not believe that there is a need to advance this bill this year. The biggest barrier right now is insurance, as previously noted. Senate Bill 188 in 2025 is currently prohibitive for third-party inspection companies. So advancing this bill now, before there's been more work put into it, risks putting out a framework that looks good on paper, but perhaps is not best in practice. So we recommend this bill be referred to interim study. And during the interim, we would like to continue working with this coalition of willing stakeholders and these communities and towns that are already experimenting with or actively implementing an instant and automatic permitting process. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you. Is there anyone else here to testify on HB 1652? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on HB 1652, open up the executive session on HB 1652, and call on Representative Reed for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move interim study on 1652.
Representative Olio, would you like to second that?
I'll second that motion, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Any discussion?
I think it's very clear from all the stakeholders and the sponsor that everybody's headed in the same direction. We'll be looking into this issue more thoroughly later in the year.
Sounds great. Any other comments? All right. We'll have the clerk call the roll. My substitute clerk, thank you.
Okay.
You
I
can
feel
start
like
with
I'm-
Representative Thaxton.
Okay. Representative Thaxton,
Yes.
Representative Aaron,
Yes.
Representative Bullier,
Yes.
Representative Grant,
Yes.
Representative Minor,
Yes.
Jody Newell filling in for the clerk. I vote yes. Representative Reed,
Yes.
Representative Hicks,
Yes.
Representative Howland,
Yes.
Representative Hegner,
Yes.
Representative Kerwin,
Yes.
Chairman Alexander.
Yes.
All right. 12 yeas, no nays.
Motion carries 12-0, so this will go on the consent calendar. Representative Reed will write the report. Thank you very much. And that concludes our business for the day. Thank you very much, everyone.
All right, this
wanna
is
give me
one
that
of
green
two.
sheet?
Is there supposed to be another?
Catch up with you soon. Thanks again. You're very welcome. Thank you. Get that squared away. I think it was so. Yeah. By the way, I'm a trophy 20 years fire. Oh, it's Sunapee? Yeah. Oh, really? Yeah. When did you get